And there goes that microphone. It is on. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And boy, oh boy, it's been a challenge here just to get going. Just as I clicked on the streaming software, the computer froze up. So it was a hassle, to say the least, to get things up and running. But hey, we're on here. We're making it happen. There's always a will, there is a way. And thank you for the welcomes from Hermione and Colin and let's see, from Sue Hayes. I hear you. Yes, thank you. And all the rest of you. And hopefully I've got things all lined up now. And what a catastrophe. It happens. It happens. But yeah, I think I had too many windows open running in full tilt here. Then, of course, that's the kind of thing that creates this little confusion. You know, the computer is good, but it just cannot handle all of the windows that I have open all at once in full tilt mode, if you know what I'm saying. So a little bit of a bad time there, but that is okay. We'll make things work. Anyway, I'm double checking to make sure that I've got the other ones semi-closed. That way, at least not running in full mode here. So anyway, welcome everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. It is a Saturday, February the 4th of 2023, and glad to have you all here. And of course, I see people popping in and out, which is all good. And do understand it's Saturday. We don't typically have that many people in on a Saturday, but hey, that is absolutely fine. We don't mind that. And I hope I've got it right. Was it Adele51 who got the cookies today, or is getting cookies? I think it was Adele51. She looks like she was first. So we better give her some cookies. And anyway, there we go. And that is all awesome. And thank you everyone for being here. John Raper says, wasn't me. Yeah. Well, you got your cookies, Adele. You were number one today. And nice to see somebody else for a change get the cookies. So it's always good to see someone getting them that hasn't got them before. So it is awesome that way, and we don't mind doing that. It's a lovely little game. So thanks for being trying for ages. Well, you did it today, Adele, and you definitely got in there. So no worries. And a big congratulations to you. Oh, so where are we at? I started panicking and thinking, oh my God, did I forget to load the bacon seeds? But no, I got the bacon seeds. I did load those earlier. And I was trying to see if I got everything else lined up. And of course, I kept getting sidetracked by other things. And it's one of those things. What do you do? You know, we got too many things all at the same time, and it's a little bit difficult to make it happen. But hey, LOL, I'm eating cookies right now. Okay, Lucien, and yeah, we put out lava cookies for all the guests anyway. So it's just when you become or you come in first and get number one. You get your own lava cookies. It's just for you. You just scared me, Dr. Fox. What? How did I scare you, Piggy? I didn't mean to scare you. I didn't want to scare anyone. Okay, I got, still got hip issues. Uh-oh. Oh boy, I didn't mean to scare you. I hope it didn't hurt too much. I don't want you to have bad things. Thought I forgot to send them. Oh no, no, Piggy, no. if you remember, I replied to your email this morning, said thank you for the bacon seeds and all those other things. So no, you got them. It's just I was talking about loading them on my machine here from the email because I have to save them first and into the file, and then I have to go into my streaming software and load them individually. So yeah, that's all good. But anyway, we'll say hello to everyone in here. So we'll start out by saying hello to our wonderful moderators. We have Arizona Snowman and a Piggy, of course, and C&D Boy, who's probably kind of busy right now. I don't know if he's out and about. I didn't see him yet. I was busy though, so he might be here. And we also have possibly Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Joseph Fields, Texas, and maybe a Lucas Snow hiding in the background there somewhere, which is all good. We don't mind that, and that is all cool. So welcome to the moderators, and thank you for being here. You guys always do an awesome job, so appreciate you very, very much. And we'll get at saying hello to the good people that did come in. And of course, we don't need to say Adele 51 again because we got her already, but welcome to Hermione and Fluffy and Henry and Sue Hayes, and neighbor Pistol Pete is here. Pistol Pete, make sure you're wearing your sunglasses. It's bright outside. And welcome Sasha and John Raper and Alba Girl and Kevin Haynes. Oh, something's going on here. I see something just happened. Wow, a Wormhand. Wormhand, you're messing me up. I have to write that down. Wormhand. Okay, thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat. And that looks like the Swedish kroners. And thank you very kindly for that. And that is awesome. Okay, so we'll thanks. Okay, for your submarine fund. That is awesome. We'll add it to the submarine fund. Anyway, I think I got Sasha and John Raper, Alba Girl. Yep, Kevin Haynes is the next one that I missed. Welcome back, Kevin. And going up the list, Henry Nelson is here. Of course, Wormhand, and thank you very much for that super chat. And still scrolling up a little bit more. We've got Tom Dice and Pepper in the channel as well. Welcome. Lucien, welcome, and good to have you on board. And let's see who else we've got in here. We got Sue. Oh, Bill Kimmel. Welcome, Bill. And let's see, scrolling up, looking for more wonderful people's names. And we got Kevin King. Colin Deadman is here. Welcome, Colin. And JB also back in the house. I have no windows open because it's cold outside. Speaking of cold, they recorded record cold temperatures on Mount Washington Observatory. The wind chill factor, and this is in Fahrenheit, of course, is 109 degrees below, or negative 109 degrees in Fahrenheit, and wind chill factor, that's still about minus 80 degrees Celsius roughly in other Celsius scales. So ridiculously low temperatures up on top of the Mount Washington Observatory, and of course that is in the eastern part of the country, and just absolutely crazy to see that. Minus 109 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow. Anyway, and that's not even there. And okay, Piggy, I just got your email, and somebody's listening in to our stream, and that one is oh, hi Thistle. Hey Thistle, are you listening? Oh, we gotta show those pictures in a little bit of Thistle listening. we'll make sure we show those. Anyway, welcome to Christian as well. I'm going up the list here looking for others. We got Teresa is back. Aloha, Teresa, and glad to have you on board. Still scrolling up looking for more wonderful people. And we got JB, we got John. Layla is back as well. Welcome, Layla. And we got Teresa already. Okay, Sue, we got still scrolling up looking for more good names. And let's see, Robert and Chandel, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And still scrolling up here. We got Henry, we got Layla. All right, who else are we missing? Still scrolling. Lots of people chatting already, which is really good, and that's what I like to see. One big happy lava family. Everyone's talking and enjoying themselves, sharing stories and all kinds of neat things. All right, I'm up as far as I can get up on the top, which is all right. Going back down to the bottom, I see Jan Arts also made it in. Welcome, Jan. Michael Olson is also here. And did I miss anyone else? Oh, Kevin Haynes gifted 1 membership. Kevin, just writing that down. Kevin Haynes, thank you very much. Kevin gifted 1, and I see Debbie Brady got that one, or Brad, yeah, Brady. That's excellent. And let's see, did I miss anyone else on the bottom here? I think we got them all. Oh, Sharon Stewart, I can hear you. Welcome, Sharon, and good to have you on board. All right, I think we've got all the names for now, so pretty cool, pretty awesome. And we will carry on with doing our thing. So, of course, we are looking at our wonderful Halemaumau crater there at Kilauea in Hawaii, and that of course is continuing doing its thing. Now, I didn't bother doing any time-lapse videos or anything like that this time around because it gets a little bit repetitive, and people aren't watching them as much if we continuously pump out the same thing. So drowned navigator. Well, no, he just likes being submerged. He's not drowned. He's just likes being undercover, and he's hiding from the rest of the world. So he likes doing that. You can see though that his nostrils are still above the lava. He's doing his thing. So definitely kind of nice to see. I want to take it back a little bit though in time here, and I want to see, there's a couple spots I wanted to show where we had a few outflows from the lava pond. And of course we remember we didn't have a heck of a lot of lava in there a few days back, and because of our wonderful Wonky Donkey used the super tanker and pumped all that lava out. And of course he got caught by Madame Paley and was forced to bring it back and pump it back into the volcano. So anyway, that's the story, and we're sticking to it. No, it's all a little bit of fun there. But yeah, the levels definitely dropped dramatically as we've seen, and then of course things did refill, and it took like about 3 hours to fill back up, which is pretty darn good for a 25-acre sized pond to refill to about the depth of roughly 3 meters of lava in there. So pretty awesome to see that. If 2 Pineapples is watching, get well soon. What happened to 2 Pineapples now? He is not dead, just like the parrot. What? Okay, I hope not. And Grandma B is here. Welcome, Grandma B. Good to see you. And glad that you made it in just a few minutes late. But hey, you didn't miss anything super important. Not yet anyway, other than my announcement about Mount Washington having record low wind chill factors up there. So with minus 109 degrees Fahrenheit wind chill, which is bitterly cold. That's still somewhere around 80 something, minus 80 something Celsius, which you really don't want to be in that, no matter what we do. Anyway, I was showing here a little bit of lava overflow from our little scenario there this morning. Yep, I'll see my mouse is showing, so it should show up there on the screen. Good. This area right here was just overflowing. Look, he's moving. Who's moving? The Lavagator? Yeah. Gotta be careful with that Lavagator. He could be on the prowl. And it's one of those things. So that's one of the outflows that we seen. There was another one here that was really nice, though, that I seen when it was kind of a bluish color. So let's see if we can get to that one and locate it. I think that might be somewhere, right in here. So because it's a little slow when you're just watching it, I'm going to speed this up to 2 times normal speed. And there you go. And you see how that is flowing. So that's pretty awesome over on the left-hand side on the bottom. And I've just sped it up to 2 times regular speed because it is kind of archive footage there. And it looked pretty neat. And watching that pour out, I thought was, yeah, something that we need to look at. So I like that. And you can definitely tell that we've had more overflow from this. So, of course, Kilauea is producing more and more lava all the time. And the big thing that we have to ask, of course, you know, you see these lava berms around the edges that it has built, and that it overflows every once in a while. But where is the rest of the lava going? Okay, that is a question. So there's that's something that's been asked before. That's something that we're unsure of. You know, is it going back into the reservoirs underneath and forcing the whole lava lake surface upward? That kind of thing. So these are things that we need to think about. Dr. Fox, I was referring to Monty Python, the pirate sketch. I'm trying to recall that. I know I've seen it. It's been a while, Wormhand. Like, 20, 30 years maybe. Just trying to, the one that really sticks in my mind, of course, is the killer rabbit. But there are, Monty Python was just a hilarious thing. Iran ex-pirate. Okay, and there we go. Norwegian dead pirate. Okay, well, I hope we don't have too many, not the killer bunny. Yes, Michael, the killer bunny. Yep, yeah, you don't want to mess with the killer bunny. He is ferocious. It took many soldiers out back in the day. Many knights lost limbs and all kinds of things in Monty Python. So pretty awesome. And King Colin said 1 full year supporting Dr. Fox and a red hot goo. Yep, thank you, King Colin. And I was just briefly looking, just to change the subject for a second, I was briefly looking at the icons, and I think the 1 year thing may change. Apparently it wants you to select all of them and redo all of them, and I want to put the stars for the first year, but I think from the first year onward, I think once you have that full year, so if you see your red star or changing over to a volcano, you may enjoy that. I'm not sure if how well I can do that yet, but I'm going to try, and we'll see how we can do that. It'll be a nice little change. So something a little bit more towards the show itself, right? And hopefully that'll work out for us. And or a star and bunny. Star and bunny? No, unfortunately, you can't get too much in there, Tom. And they're not. I don't know if we can fit like a full emoji in there. I still have to look at that, and I didn't get a chance to see how large of an area we can do. So that's something that'll be a bunny. Yeah, bunny with a star. Yeah, we could maybe do the bunny inside the star for them as well. That could be something. But I really like my idea of the volcano for a full year membership. So maybe we can work that in. Anyway, getting back to what we're seeing on the screen. This, of course, from around 7:09, 7:10 this morning. You see down on the bottom here, this overflow was pretty cool to see that, and I kind of like that, and very cool. Can you zoom way in to see layered lava plates? Unfortunately, the quality of their stream is not high enough for us to be able to do a full zoom in. Let's get rid of the banner here first. Let's try something though. We'll see if we can do a smaller area, and we'll take a look here and see how well that turns out. I don't know if we can make that work properly. It's going to end up pixelated, and let me see if I can do a little bit of magic on here and process that just slightly with some sharpening filter. That's a little too much, and we'll see if we can get that to about here. That's about as good as I can get, and I don't think you can really define the plates, so that is kind of where we're at with it, unfortunately. And hey, Juliet got her 12 months as well. Thank you, Juliet, for redoing yours. And yeah, that's kind of the best we can do as far as being able to zoom in, because they are actually only transmitting their signal in 720p, and if it was a little higher we could get a little better resolution, but unfortunately it isn't. So that's kind of what we're seeing. I'll leave that be though for now. We'll get rid of that, and I do need to reset that guy, and we'll remove that, and we do want to look in a couple other places. Let's see if I'll put that back on live for right now, and we want to share out some of these other shots. So that is a little big, so I'm going to do another capture. This is the only screen I wasn't able to do that on because of course we were live with it, so it would have been a little bit of an annoyance to all of a sudden have the screen disappear. Of course, this is what it looked like a little while ago here, 1309. Next one, of course, was this one from this morning, and I thought that was a lovely shot, and of course I used that as our thumbnail, but I did crop it a little bit so it fit better into the page. But in this shot, you can definitely see, there's your primary event right now. Definitely putting out a lot more lava than it was. Of course, the old lava pond right there, we still see our little hole there that is still working away, and we do still see some spots on the side here, and that is telling us, yeah, we definitely have some more stuff going on. And as you can notice, you can see in this really goes downhill here, and this is a lot lower in height than this upper area here. So if you ever wanted to kind of see how a shield volcano is built, this is pretty much it. This is a miniaturized version of how a shield volcano would start, and it would build up that cone. So Linda Schoof says, I can't believe it, a whole year. And thank you for renewing, Linda. And yes, wow, it is. It's amazing to have you guys in here and supporting, and I appreciate each and every one of you that is a member, and you guys are really, really awesome, and thank you from the bottom of my heart. I really do say thank you, everyone. I appreciate you all, and hopefully I've done my end of the deal and provided as good quality streams as I could here. So that's kind of something that I'm really conscientious about. I want to make sure you guys get what you're actually supposed to. I want to have a decent stream, right? But anyway, getting back to what we have, that's why we're all still here. Thank you, Piggy, and appreciate that. So yeah, some pretty nice looking lava glow in here from this morning. Of course, this was at 6:38 a.m. And like I said, the downward slope here, and you can see some cracking happening here as well. And that is always interesting to see those cracks. Now, one of the things I was looking at in my research and stuff, some of that cracking, what may end up happening is we may end up having some kind of a little lava tube or another crack underneath here, a spot that's allowing some of that magma and lava to flow. We may see some of that coming out of some of these cracks on the edge of the hill here. And that's almost the same as what you would see on those parasitic vents that you see on some of the other volcanoes. And that is kind of what we hope for. But I think, this thing keeps spilling. This, of course, is getting taller and taller in here. And it will eventually overflow its banks and even bury Pig Island in here, as well as end up overfilling this area also in time, of course, and it's going to take some time. Okay, the highest two color on the volcano map, orange for 1 year and red for 2 years. Okay. While I'm looking here, I wanted to point this out. You notice we have another spot there. So in addition to these spots, this area is a little lower as well, and we do see some outflow. And remember, on the thermal, we've seen this area always getting an extra soaking, if you will, of lava. So pretty cool. I've been watching since early April 2021. And Sue, that's just about when, we started in March. So you got in here in April, and that is awesome. And that is pretty cool. Okay, the question, I missed or did I answer that already? Who had the good question? Who's here, a piggy? Oh, that's a good question. Flying pigs? No, we didn't have any flying pigs. On occasion, we see Piggy running across the screen. I don't know what she is up to, and that happens, but she does that. I have no idea if she's running to the bathroom or something, or what the heck is going on, but that does happen. And hopefully she isn't hurting herself or anything while she's doing that. So anyway, let's see what there she is now. She's I don't know where she's going. Just ran across the screen again. Me, run, get real, don't want another earthquake. Well, we just seen you, Piggy, so you can't hide from that. Hey, hang on, we noticed some tremors. I've just got a report here. Never mind, I'm kidding, Piggy. Yeah, she's running from the lava. I think she might be running to the lavatory. Yeah. Oh, okay, and that's not a pig, it's a flying squirrel. Oh, okay, if you say so. But I won't get into that. I don't know where that Irish monk has gone off to. We've seen him yesterday quite a bit, and I just wanted to thank Irish monk for being here and doing his thing. But he's always around. So if you happen to see Irish monk, let me know. Uh, anyway, he could be lurking, and let's see, the dancing fox. Yeah, that is all cool. Anyway, let's refresh this one. Take a look at what this looks like right now. Oh, yeah, no, not now, thanks. All right. And again, this is, I'm glad the smoke is blowing the other way. We can at least see where the lava pond is. And it's not so vibrant in the daylight because, of course, the sunshine makes it more difficult to see. It does look like, though, that our lava pond here, the old one, has got a little bit more lava in it. Or is it just me looking at it? That is a very distinctive possibility. We do see some more fresh flow right in here. So I'm wondering if we have more stuff popping out there as well, and some more smoke in these areas. So possibly some more stuff happening. And you can still definitely see this area is a lot more elevated than over on the edges here. So very cool, very interesting. Well, okay, we're running to the candy store. Ooh, Colin, let's go get something nice. A 2-minute warning. All right, Piggy. I'll try to make this quick. This is the thermal from 6:40 a.m. And of course, we do see our primary vent. We do see a bunch of outflow spots that have been cooling. You can see those. Those are the more pinkish looking areas. And you can see some of those bigger rocks. That rock used to be over here. It floated all the way to the other side when the pond refilled. You do still see that extra little 1 or 2 acre spot there. That's a fair size. And looking at this, I'm wondering if we had a piece of the wall fall off in here. But this is from 6:40. I did want to see down on the bottom here. It doesn't look like there's too much showing here that is new and fresh. The old primary vent used to be right there, and that's still the Hornito, and it may have some lava sitting down on the bottom as well. So pretty cool. Let's refresh that, see what it looks like right now. And yep, things changed again. And I've got messages. There we go, looking at the outflows. I do believe this is what we were watching earlier. And then we see some more stuff going on around the whole thing. So pretty awesome to see. The old toe hole is still there, kind of visible, but not that much flow. And that is what we've got. So all good. And let's see what the other cam looks like. This, of course, from about 10:30, this shot. Oop, I moved that, shouldn't have done that. And yeah, get it right about there. There we go. So looking at that, you can, again, definitely tell that that is sloping downward over on the other edge. And these are the cracks I was talking about that we could possibly see some lava flow out of them as well. And not seeing as many cracks over on this side. Well, maybe this one right here. So it's a possibility of that giving us some extra stuff as well in the future. Let's redo this, and then I'm going to go take a break. Oh, we can't see that. All right, let's go back to here and turn that off so it's full screen. I am going to take that break, you guys. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please help us out and do hit the like. That would be awesome. And I want to say thanks to Wormhand and Kevin Haynes. And Wormhand, of course, for the wonderful super chat. And then, of course, Kevin Haynes for gifting that 1 membership. And no, nothing important. It was just, what is it? They updated it again. Okay, Samsung account legal term update. I get at least 3 or 4 of those a week. I have no idea why they send them to me. I don't have a Samsung account. All right, on that note, keep smiling. I'll throw some music on. Stick around, a lot more show to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And I'll be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. And glad to have you all on here. Welcome, welcome back, Dr. Fox, the bestest host. Well, I try. Thank you, Piggy, and thanks Sue Hayes and JB and Wormhand and Alba Girl and John and Colin and let's see, and we got Sasha and Grandma B. And Grandma B, that meatloaf sounds good. Just don't let it burn in the oven. And thank you, Hermione and Fluffy. And yeah, what will the cake be? I'm curious. And Sharon Stewart saying, I can hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. And Teresa, thank you, Kevin as well, and I think we got you all. If I didn't, sorry, we'll say thanks anyway. All good. So, hey, so yeah, let's go with what we got going on here. Darren Peterson saying, hi, hey, Dr. Fox, and thank you. Mary Jane, I was going to just address that. And I seen your message there. You said you've been lurking since back in the days of Bob. And thank you for sticking around and continuing to watch our wonderful show. And hopefully it's been, you know, a couple years of some good stuff. And I'm not sure exactly what I'm up to, but somewhere around 650 streams that I've done since I started this volcano streaming, and you know, that is a pretty wild, pretty awesome. And mind you, we didn't turn on the membership thing till about a year ago, and I you know, wasn't trying to be kind of forceful or anything like that. I had to think about it a little bit and as to what you know, would become of it. But I thank all of you for being on and sticking with us, and that is awesome. And I'm hoping that you know, what I'm presenting is something reasonable, something clean, wholesome, and of course all about nature. So yes, usually I catch up in the mornings. Excellent, Jane, and thank you for sticking with it. So very, very good, and appreciate you being there as well as everyone else. So very nice. Anyway, let's see, where can we go next? Let's well, I was going to say let's maybe we'll go over to some of the places that are still lit up, but that's okay. We can go elsewhere. Let's do Sicily, and then we will go take a look at our wonderful Iceland. So. Sicily, we do have some lava flow, not as much as I'd like to see, but it is kind of oh, that one picture isn't there at all. Darn it! All right, let's go have a look anyway. So there is what we're seeing right now. What is fortunate is that we do have a bunch of moonlight in there, and that is helping us out. This cancel is so hot. Wow, okay. Yeah, don't cancel. It's hot. Anyway, we are seeing a little bit of lava flow right here, which again is it's redirecting itself. Our vent, of course, is up top here, and we're not seeing too much come out of it right now, and that is interesting. But to see, you know, we were seeing it flow down here. Like first it flowed out to this area and came down in these spots, and then it decided to change direction and come down in some other places in multiple spots. Now it's trying to cover up the area here where the snow is still very prevalent. What's that? A small light glowing to the right. Small light to the right. The one that I seen blinking here is gone. Where is it? Oh, there's a cameraman. Or no, that might be lava. I did see a light over here, and I was wondering what that was. I think it was somebody taking some photos. Okay, this right here, right now, that is the lava coming down. And this little guy up here, that's the primary, or that's the vent up at 2,800 meters, 2,850 meters. So, yeah, that's what we've got there. So it's really far away, unfortunately, and the other camera is not showing anything. So that's usually the one that's close up. So we're not seeing too much on this one. But I do have the video from this morning. I am going to let that play. And this was from earlier in the morning, and this is right from the vent. That is at the 2,850 meter mark. And this is a time lapse, so it just progressed into the morning. You'll see things getting lighter. And it does look like some kind of an octopus or something there. But if you look, you can see some of that lava movement and things kind of turning on and off as far as little blinky lights. And that is indeed lava, and there it goes. It's starting to get lighter out, and pretty awesome to see that. And it's kind of neat to be able to watch that. And I just wanted to point out the area that it was actually showing up in was, of course, going down an area where it hadn't flowed before. So that is all good. Let's see if we can get my mouse working here. So, you know, the original ones were coming down. Whoop. Let's see. Oh, I didn't have that turned on. Maybe I got to turn the crayons on. Oh, I got to redo that. Or do I? Yeah, the original was coming down these places, right? So, and that area, that kind of thing. And then after it had changed direction and used these paths in here. So now what it's doing is making a new path right through here. And that was not something it had done before. So that is a new area, and that is kind of interesting. And of course, we see the smoke coming from the top of the caldera. We can see the smoke in the background from the southeast vent, and that was at the back. If you were talking about this glowing light up here, Piggy, that's a star. If that was what you were seeing. So how do we do a star? Something like that. Yeah, one of those, a star. And that is pretty awesome. Hope you like my star on screen. No, at the bottom. All right, I'm gonna play that again because I'm not sure where that spot actually was. So I'm playing it again here. We had a spot. Whoop, and we had a. Why is that not working? We did have a spot over here for a second, and let's clear that. We do see over here some lava, so let's clear that. So those were lava spots. The bright light. I'm looking. I'm waiting for it. Yeah, this over here looks like a lava spot. So is this one. This, of course, is our primary flow coming out of here, and you see all kinds of material coming down the hill. Okay, forget it. All right. All right, Piggy, no worries. Anyway, it does look pretty cool, though, to be able to see that. And you can see some of that lava flowing down the hill. I know what a middle circle noodle. Middle circle, yep, that was lava. It's some of that. The incandescence is very bright when it pops open and flows over top of something. I spy a lava spot. There's multiple lava spots. It's so hard to tell when you got like 40 of them. Oof! What bounced? Bounced. Ouch! Don't bounce. That is not good. That's not good for your hip to do that bouncing. And all good though. Anyway, I like that. I just thought I'd show you guys what it looked like there. So, thistle bounce. Uh-oh. Tell thistle to bounce nicely. And speaking of a thistle, yeah, let's see if we can bring a thistle on the screen here for a second. When Piggy said a thistle was listening to us, there was a thistle listening, trying to figure out what's going on. So, Piggy, does she actually react when I say her name? I'm just curious. So if she reacts, then I can say, Thistle, calm down. Be nice, Thistle. You be good girl, Thistle. Okay. Anyway, that is Thistle, you guys. So that's all cool. Anyway, let's head over to our next place of fun and enjoyment. And of course, that is our lovely Iceland. And I just gotta find where the heck the screen went. No, that's not Iceland. There, I found it. And it's not that great of weather there in Iceland. We do have some snow flurries going on. Whoops, I clicked the wrong thing. Let's see if we can get back to the other screen that I wanted to change. And there, I just got to make sure we do things correctly here so we don't have too many problems. But yes, it is snowing there in Iceland. Go figure, eh? What a concept. Snow in Iceland. Who would have thought? Anyway, about 9 hours and 18 minutes ago, this is what it was looking like. And that wasn't so bad. Almost reasonable. But then the weather we see some weather came in and it got a little bit rough. And you can see some raindrops and that it may have been raining for a little while. And then you started to see this come in. And, you know, we know what that is. That's that bad word you don't want to mention. It did kind of try to clear up again after that, but to no avail. But that's kind of where we're at now. Snowy situation. So that is a live shot there, and you can definitely see the snow, and of course the beacon going around on top of the Perlin Center saying "Don't hit me" is working well and showing us those wonderful snowflakes. Next one on our agenda is not that one, this one. What does this one look like? Oh, no, hang on. Let's go to this one. This is the, it's a slightly different cam. It's not the one, well, it's on the Perlin Center as well, but it's from the other guys. There you can see the regional airport, which is kind of a little bit off from what we were seeing on the other one. We were seeing that sidewalk a little bit more centered, so we can definitely tell that grass has a lot more snow on it, and of course the whole airport area there, you can see a fair bit of snow, and that was what was happening there. And of course during the daylight hours, going back about 9 hours and 15 minutes, that's what it was looking like. So a little bit less snow, but doing all right. Anyway, we'll leave that one on live, and we will go over to this one. And that, of course, you can't tell what the heck it is, but we'll show you. It wasn't a very good day for observers looking at Katla. Katla, of course, is buried in the clouds over here. It looks more or less like a huge snow pile. If we go ahead a little bit, we can almost see Katla, the edge of it anyway, and it is there, but you see those clouds. They didn't make it fun for the good people there, and there was all kinds of variable weather going through, and at times you just couldn't see a darn thing. So that is kind of what their day was like. And you know, that is what it is there when you are very close to the Atlantic Ocean. And of course there's more rain Rain and snow mix, and if we go back a little more, you see more of that blizzardy kind of conditions, and that's what they've got going on there right now. Unfortunately, the other camera that we love so much down on the peninsula is still broken, so their signal is no good, and I tried to get that to work on the live mode. It's not. So we'll leave those be. I'm actually going to switch those back to, boy, that's a lot of snow coming down right now. And yeah, we'll go over here though and have a look at our harmonic tremor chart just before our break. And when I do see, you know, yesterday we watched this go up like crazy, and then it started to descend again, and it's kind of going down slowly. So I'm going to refresh that, and we can see that it is continuing to go downward, and that's kind of a disappointment, but hey, it is what it is. Now, according to, yeah, thanks Kevin for the 3 minutes, and according to what we seen, Lava Lady says Iceland is sleepy volcanically today. Yes, it is. We did though yesterday see both, you know, that increase was both magmatic as well as tectonic, and that is something that we need to bear in mind. So if there was, you know, some lava pushing in, or magma pushing into the chambers, we didn't see enough pressure to cause any kind of an eruption anywhere, and I don't think that is something that we're going to see for a little bit. Welcome Sophie, glad to have you on board, and welcome on Lava Lady. And let's see, looking at the rest though, you know, the fact that it is still up fairly high, and that we are, you know, aware of that there has been magmatic action, as well as you know, the tremors kind of bringing things in as well. It gets interesting to kind of observe that. Grimsfall, no, Grimsey, that's the one I'm on. So down, of course, Ragnar being down on the southwestern side of Iceland, looking at Grimsey, which is up on the top northern end of Iceland. We do see the chart for it has some variance to it as well, going up and down. That tectonic movement kind of maybe moved up here a little bit, and we do see it dropping as well. Let's take a look at the Grindavik one, very similar to what we were seeing in Fagradalfjall. So kind of telling us this is what we were seeing was probably more tectonic than magmatic, and that's all right. Let's take a look at the other one. Of course, it's sorry. The Grindavik one is southeast, or sorry, southwest of Fagradalfjall, whereas the next one we're going to look at here, the one that's off the chart but it's coming back down, which is Kristuvik, and Kristuvik, of course, is to the northeast of Fagradalfjall. We're going to have a look at that and the earthquakes, but what we're going to do, it is a time to go take a break. And I'm going to take a break. After the break, we will have our bacon seeds. So stick around for that. And then after bacon seeds, we will go explore the earthquakes, the few earthquakes that we've got there in Iceland. So don't go away. I'm going to put you back over to the lovely live shot just at the noon hour there in Hawaii. And we'll leave it there. Don't anyone take off. Hit the like button if you haven't done that already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel or are sitting on the outside, please do hit that subscribe button and the bell notification, just so you know when we are live. And Tom says a piggy for a German and Dr. Fox does not say what stay on time. Of course not. I try to. I try to though. Okay, I'm going for a break. Don't hassle me about it. Here comes some music. I'm trying. I'm trying to be German and precise. I'll be back. And there we go, we're back. And the clocks were invented. I'm just reading some of this to measure the motion of sun, water, and sand. And the sand clock, which was basically their primitive timer, that was invented so they could cook their eggs exactly 7 minutes for a hard-boiled egg. And that came from Egypt. JB, thank you for the welcome back, and Worm Hand, and Sophie, yay, and Sue, and I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. I'm still waiting for that recording, Sharon. You gotta get your entire choir together and be able to sing that somehow. That would be awesome. And let's see, Kevin Haynes, thank you, and Hermione and Fluffy, and that is all good. So yeah, and I see Juliet popped in here as well. Thanks for the reminder. All right, no worries. Hopefully you can get that done one of these days. That would really be awesome. Then we can play that every time you say it. Anyway, King Colin says, get on the stream deck, Sue. What? Stream deck? Sue, where are you? She's okay. She's on the stream deck. She's doing her thing. Sue is a wonderful person. She really does help out quite a bit with sending some information to me from those wonderful things from volcanodiscovery.com, and it really does help out because I don't have time to search through all of these things. Anyway, yes, Sue is awesome. And let's get over bacon seeds, and we want to take a look at bacon seeds, but we still have Thistle's picture in the way, or both of them. So thank you, Thistle, and you're a good boy, or good girl, sorry, good doggy. And you got long legs, Thistle, and you be careful that your mom's still got a sore hip. Anyway, let's put that away. Let's get back to what we're looking at here. I'm trying to get to the right spot. We know Piggy is still technically in her piggy jail. That was the last bacon seed from yesterday, that smiley fella. And see, Piggy is still there. And Thistle comes jumping up in the bed there and causing problems. Anyway, Piggy did, though, send more of the lovely bacon seeds. So let's have a look and see what we've got. Here's the first little smiley of the day, and that is awesome, and we really like that. And Picnic Basket, I think, she is back on a recharge. Awesome. And here is our next little piggy pile, and there's 4 of them, I think, if I'm counting right. So that is all nice. And they are stacked up pretty good there. So sleepyheads, yeah, that's what I say. And the next wonderful bacon seeds is this, and I'm not sure if this is a what I don't know, what do you call this? 3 pigs? Is that 2 pigs and a mama? I don't know, that third one on the left-hand side there looks a little bit on the heavy side, so that could be a mama pig, but looks awesome. Definitely some bacon seeds, if you ask me. And they're squinting. Somebody must have used the flash. That is definitely cool. Piggy, don't you wish you would you could do that as fast as the pop? Oh, yeah. Yes, and stay asleep. That would be nice too. One is definitely first in line to the food. Yeah. I think that's the mama over on the left hand side there. Anyway, here's some more of these wonderful little craters. We got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them in that group. And they look like they're all about the same, with the exception of the one that's sleeping. That one's got a spot on its back. The other ones all seem to have the hind end spots. So Mr. Sleepy is the one with the extra spot. That is cool. And what? It's my bed, not big enough for the three. Yeah. Next one, and I think we might have seen that one before, but that's okay. That's still a very nice looking picture of that little piggy going, "Hey, pick me up. It's time. I need cuddles." So, yep, ankle biter. Yeah, possibly. Or going for the kneecap, maybe, Henry. That could be it too. Calico pig. Possible. Very cool. Sorry, I can't remember all the ones I sent. Piggy, that's absolutely fine. I've said that many times before. You know, we are at, what is it, 2,500, this is 2,528. So, yeah, I can't remember them all either. So, you know, it's not like we're just starting this out, and that's a lot of bacon seeds to try to remember, and that's a lot of bacon seeds, you guys, and majority of them is from Piggy, and Piggy has done really awesome to send that many, and you know, I'm sure she's sent at least 2,400 of them, and that is a lot of bacon seeds. And that's about how many different ones we've got, and that is a lot. And if a Piggy messes up once in a while and resends one, that is to be expected. I would have the same problem. So, Piggy, I commend you on the fantastic job that you've done, and you know, it really, there are so many out there, and I'm surprised we've shown so many. I will love finding them. Yeah, it's an interesting little adventure. And look at this one. She seems to have some kind of a dress on with polka dots, and that is cute. And going, "Hey, look at me." So yeah, you know, that's a lot of bacon seeds, and thank you, Piggy, for sending all of them. Next one is this little one, and you know, I like it when they have the little smiles on their faces. That one's got a nice cuddly blanket too, and that's really, really good. But it has a sheep and llama on it, or is that, I see llama and cactus, and I don't know what else that is on there, but looks like green suns. That's a small one. Yep, a very, very small little guy. And our last bacon seed for today is this one coming up. And it's actually two. And they are dressed up in PJs, and they are sleeping, both of them. And look at that. Yep, sleepy little piggies. And they look cute. Looks like one is a boy and the other is a girl. Twin piggies. Yep, a boy and a girl, one in blue and one in pink with a ribbon. And that is all cool. So thank you, Piggy, again for sending these wonderful bacon seeds. Really, really do appreciate it. And that is awesome. And we will carry on with what we can do. Wonder if I can get Jimmy's for what? Jimmy's for thistle, or jammies. Yeah, PJs. I don't know. Thistle's growing pretty big, pretty quick. You're gonna have to get extra large, and thistle will grow into them. But I don't know if thistle will wear them. You might. Okay, I popped back just to see the bacon seeds. So cute. Lava Lady, thanks. And yep, they are definitely cute little creatures. I love them. Nearly on harness number 5. Yep, they grow. They grow. That's what happens when you put food in, Piggy. And they grow and grow and grow. And That is awesome. Okay, let's go over though, and we'll take a look at the earthquakes in Iceland, since that's next on our agenda. And not too many quakes there today. We see a total of 25 that are showing on the chart right now, and not that many. So, and definitely not where I want to see them. I was hoping down here, Fraganafjell would have something going on, but not. Anyway, I'm looking down here at the peninsula, where our other camera that doesn't work right behind. Maybe that's the problem. They had an earthquake there. We lost a picture because of the earthquake. A 0.1, very small, 3.9 kilometers down from 1854. And that is what's out there. And that is on the tip of the Reykjanes Peninsula. For those who aren't familiar, this is the Keflavik Airport over here. And Keflavik, Yardvik, Reykjanesbar. And then, of course, we slide over here a little bit towards Grindavik. There's the town of Grindavik. And, of course, the Blue Lagoon that everybody is familiar with or heard of. It's right there. And the power plant beside it. And, of course, we don't see anything happening there. There's the two radio towers we've seen many times. And all good. And, of course, here we take a look at this outline. That is our Fraganafjell system, and unfortunately we don't have any earthquakes in there, but if we take a look here, this is where Ragnar actually resides, and up here is the Siggy Fissure in Meridalier Valley. So that is what we've got there. So let's find the next one though. Going over here, 0.59, very small again, 4.2 kilometers down from 1320. And we don't see anything out here by Hekla, and we don't see anything at the other ones, but we do have something going on here at Katla. And Katla had 3 quakes. From 1602, 1.65, and it is 676 meters down. So I don't know how deep that ice would be right there, but that is what we've got right there. Next one over is 1.9 in magnitude, 135 meters down. So 135 meters, likely some ice movement, and then that is from 5:47 a.m. We see this guy here from 1609, 2.27, also a surface quake, 135 meters down. Makes you wonder if those are indeed ice movements or something else. Nothing over here at Grimsvatn. We do have one here at Bardabunga, and that I could swear is Irish monks' GPS going crazy again. 1.14 is the magnitude, and it's 1.65 kilometers down, and from 6:23 a.m. Looking over here, we see a 0.5, 1.1 clicks down from 11:35. We don't see anything directly around Astja, and we zoom in here a little bit, and there's Herdebreit, and we do see a 0.58, and that's 3.7 kilometers down from 1451. Then to the north of Herdebreit, we have a 2.44, a little bit bigger, and that is 4.7 kilometers down from 7:45 in the morning. Zooming out a little bit, moving upward and looking to see what we have, and these ones, of course, there's the Isle of Grimsey, and the little island, and that is Grimsey there. That's the sensor we did look at. Let's take a look at these though. 1.8, 7.7 kilometers down from 1714. Then we've got a 1.4 from 11.3 kilometers down. 11:03 is the time on it. Then the one that's closest to Grimsey, 1 in magnitude, and 0.5 of a kilometer down, 8:27 a.m. Looking down here, we've got 1.44 from 11.8 kilometers down, 23:14, fairly recent. No, hang on, that's yesterday's, not that recent. All right, sorry. This one is from today, 2:02 a.m. for this 1.09. just about 13.6 kilometers down for him. And then we've got a whole swarm happening there. Let's grab this 1.4 first. 17.4 kilometers down, very deep, 4 a.m. Next one over, 1.36, 14.5 kilometers down from a 7:40. The freshest one with the red dot here, from 2030, and that is a 1.2, 7.2 kilometers down for that one. Looking at some of the other ones here, we've got a 0.8, 7.7 kilometers down from 1029. We've got this one here, 0.9, 1.2 kilometers down from 7:45 a.m. This one from 1853, 0.9, and 5.4 kilometers down. The one behind here is, are they both ones? Possibly. No, there we go. 0.65, 3.4 kilometers down, and 11 minutes after 12 noon. And this one is from 1912. It's magnitude 1, 5.6 kilometers down, and 1.1 here, 5.3 kilometers down from 1850. Next one over, 1.1 1.1 in magnitude, 6 kilometers down. There we go, 1810. And then we've got this one, 0.65, 4.5 kilometers down from 918. That's the extent of the quakes that we've got there. Did we get that 0.9? 1.2 clicks down, 7:45. I hope we did. Anyway, that's the quakes. So nothing really shaking there at a high rate or anything like that. And of course, if we turn on in this map, and you guys can do that yourself if you use that. Of course, if you type in what is it? Earthquake 3. Earthquake 3 is the shortcut, gives you the shortcut for this this particular map, but it shows you the fault line going through Iceland, and gives you an idea where these quakes are happening in regards to the mid-Atlantic ridge going through there. So pretty cool. Also, if you type in just earthquake, you get one of the maps. Earthquake 2 is a different style map as well. So we have all three different styles, but I like using this one because it has some good stuff on it, and it is pretty neat to be able to turn on the locations of the seismometers, which are these pinkish looking triangles, or sorry, diamonds I should say, and it gives you a pretty good idea. If you're looking at some of the other charts, it'll help you out. Also, if you're looking, and you can click on some of these places, it does bring you up some of the information, gives you the height and so on. And as an example, for Fragor del Fiel, it'll actually bring you up the latest chart if you click on that sensor, and it gives you the helioplot high pass and helioplot low pass, and that will give you a little bit of a better idea of what the activity is in the area. So that is pretty cool. Anyway, let's leave that be. Let's pop over to the Azores real quick, further down the mid-Atlantic ridge. And hey, John Donovan, welcome. And let's see. All right, Alien. Hey, Alien. Who's the alien? I missed that. Anyway, we are on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese. This, of course, is one of the little towns there, or villages, and this is the harbor area down in the front, just so you know what that looks like during the daytime. It wasn't that picture, it was the other one. There it is, and that is not from today, but that does show you what it looks like in daylight, since we are coming to it at night. And you can also see the lights of Pico Island over on the other side, and you know that big volcano is sitting over there. You can actually kind of see it in the moonlight here sometimes. So pretty cool. And let's take a look at the other shot here. This, of course, is the cove we had just looked at. You can see some white water and in here as well. I did look at it. They did have some pretty good sized waves rolling in earlier today. The moon is up, hiding up here, so we don't get to see it right now, but it moved up fairly high. Popping over to the earthquakes, though, let's take a look at that a little bit wider. There we go. We did actually have 2 earthquakes. Earlier there was 1, and now we got 2. A 1.6 on Sao George from 5:20 a.m. And that is awesome to see. The other one I'm not even familiar with. It is also a 1.6 from 2200 is the time on it. So pretty cool, and to see that we hadn't seen any since the 27th. So that is quite a break. That's like 7 whole days without even a small tremor. Moving to the other map real quick. Don't need to refresh. That is now refreshed. And we'll take a look and see what we've got there. And of course it gives us the 2 here. The one 17 hours ago, and that is a 1.9 they're calling it instead of a 1.6, and the other one they're calling a 1.6 29 minutes ago. I think they're both surface quakes. If we check real quick, no, this the one that they call a 1.9 is actually 8 kilometers down, so a little bit deeper. We also have this one 4 hours ago, and that is a 2.1 in magnitude. It's a surface quake right near the East Azores fault. If we zoom out a little bit, you guys can see where we are here in the world. And of course Iceland is up there, the Reykjanes Ridge going all the way out to here, and then they call that the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and of course the East Azores fault going this way. And there's Portugal, Spain, and of course Ireland and England and Scotland, so on. And over on the other side you got Newfoundland, and there's Sue waving to us over here from Cole Harbor, where it's cold and windy, so it's time. Anyway, before the Poppet gets here, I'm going to switch it back over here. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it. If you're enjoying the show, also if you have not yet subscribed, do consider subscribing to the channel, and that would really be awesome. And on that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. Gonna go take a break for a few minutes, 5 or 6. Don't go away. Thanks everyone, and I'll be back soon. Thanks. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, Dad Fox. Thanks, Biggie. Alba Girl, thank you, and Sue, and John, and Hermione, and Fluffy, and all the rest, like Kevin, and anyway, I could swear I seen a wonky donkey flying across the screen with a new jetpack. I hear you, DrFox2000, and thanks, Sharon. I still want that recording. You gotta sing that with your group and figure out something. We want to hear it really harmoniously. Anyway, John and Donovan says, pity the elder was the first to observe the volcano. Oh, and thank you, Jane, Mary, all good. Anyway, let's carry on. Of course, what you're looking at on the screen, for those who have just joined us, of course, is Kilauea, and the Helima, what is it, Helima Uma'u crater at Kilauea, and the lava pond being about 25 acres in size, not square kilometers, but 25 acres, so still fairly large. That's a pretty big chunk of land that is all covered in lava. Really cool there. And I did see Piggy running after that wonky donkey, and I don't know if she had any pins to try to nail him, but pin the tail on there would be pretty cool. Ooh, snowing in Athens? Oh my God, snowing in Athens, Greece. That is absolutely wild. Oh, yeah, she did have pins. Wonky donkey, you better watch out, jetpack or not. Piggy's gonna get you, and she knows how. And that is one of those things. Let's go over to our next location that we want to take a look at, and of course that will be over in Mexico, Popocatépetl. And Popocatépetl isn't too active right now. I'm trying to see if there's anything big popping out of it, but it looks like it's off-gassing, as you can see right there. Nothing major going on. I hear my magpies outside screaming. What the heck is going on? Oh, is there an intruder or a cat or something in the area? No, I don't see anything. I wonder if somebody was messing with one of them, or that darn squirrel is back out there. They try to bug the squirrel. I don't know why they do that. I do that regularly. All right. Still scrolling back here, trying to see if we had any major puffs come out of this thing. And we did see one about here, which was, oh, what time was this at? 8:19 a.m., 8:20, something like that. And if we go ahead just a little bit more, there we can see the plume come out. And of course it looks like it was heading off one direction, and then the wind caught it and blew it back the other direction. So pretty awesome. We got winds going in multiple ways there. You can see it turning now and kind of heading the other way. So interesting to see the wind blowing over top of it one direction and then flowing back. But again, nothing super serious. We didn't see any lava output. Here's the golden time of the morning, and didn't see too much there either. We know it had a little puff then, and there it is. This was at just about 7 a.m. or 6:58 this morning in Mexico time, and of course it's about 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. So of course they would be able to see that from Mexico City on a nice clear day. And that is pretty cool. LOL, the sound glitched for me. All I heard was a squirrel off-gassing. MT Coal Forge, that would be pretty dangerous if you got that squirrel off-gassing. Yeah, it's especially if you would have heard the word popo in there as well, as I was saying popo kate petal. Anyway, all right, let's leave that alone. That could be a gaseous subject. We did have a bigger a puff this morning, and we want to get to that one. I don't know if it actually had any lava. I did see it, but I didn't check to see if there was any lava coming out. This was at a 6:09. Oh, there is. Yep, there is some lava. And you can definitely see the lava bombs heading out. Unfortunately, they're on the other side of the crater, so we don't get to see it so well. Ooh, maybe we will. Let's take a look here. We don't normally see this from Popocatépetl, so this is kind of nice. And yeah, it looks like it. Through most of everything on the other side, we do see some little bits visible to us, some incandescence, as they say. So pretty awesome. And of course, their night mode, of course, to get the nice clear stars and stuff like that, they have it set to 1 frame per second, so the iris is open long enough to be able to capture that. So unfortunately doesn't give true flowing video, but it's still pretty darn good. And that plume coming up looks pretty nasty as well. Lots of ash and other materials in it. And of course it's being lit up by the moon, because the moon is getting close to being very bright again. So pretty awesome to be able to see that. Very nice. And I don't know if we had any other shots earlier. Just checking back here. It is allowing us to go back a little bit more than 12 hours, but I don't see any other ones. It's just some minor puffs here and there, so that wasn't really anything that I think we need to worry about. This one here, yeah, this is just, you can tell that the gases are being lit up by the lava that is in the crater, though. And that was at 4:09 a.m. roughly, and pretty cool. Anyway, we'll leave Popocatépetl be, and we'll carry on and take a look at our next one a little further south. And of course, that is Fuego in Guatemala, and that is lovely, isn't it? It is a volcano gray. It's a nice scene. We don't see Popo till we get back about 8.5 hours ago, and that is at 8:07 a.m. is when we see it, and we can see the camera shaking like the dickens. Means it was very windy on the other hill, but we did see it pop out just before that. There comes, you can see most of that is getting blown off in the other direction, so the wind must have really been howling up there, and you can see the plume pushing upward, and then immediately starting to get pushed over to the left-hand side. So definitely really windy there. Looks pretty cool, pretty awesome, and we can probably leave that guy be. And well, I'll leave that on the screen while I read through our little report here. And let's see, where did it go? And thank you, Sue, for sending that in. So there we go. So from yeah, split of Friday night and Saturday. All right, we got it. So Saturday stuff, basically, Fuego emissions observed to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters. Pardon me, at 5:15 a.m. Ongoing emissions from 15,000 feet at 1:15 a.m. Sabancaya emissions at 1,300, and intermittent emissions going to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters from 2:15 a.m. Of course, Popocatépetl, what we just looked at, emissions observed to 20,000 feet. And now you got to remember that Popocatépetl is already very, very tall, so that's not that high up above it, but still it is 100 meters or 20,000 feet. Sangay also having emissions of up to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters. Shivelish over on the Kamchatka Peninsula was continuing its activity and says 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters for its emissions. And getting back over to South America, Reventador is continuing emissions to 15,000 feet, and that is 4,600 meters. Currency over on in Indonesia, on Sumatra, 13,000 feet of 4,000 meters. So that kind of is what we had there. We did have some other stuff from Shivelish from previous, same as before, 15,000 feet. Popocatépetl, same as before as well, from yesterday for Friday night. Sangay, 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters. Sakurajima erupted to 8,000 feet, and 8,000, and that is roughly 8,000 feet divided, that's about 2,700 meters, something like that. Roughly, just doing that in my head, so I didn't have a calculator. Nevada del Ruz was dispersed, previously VA dispersed. Okay, so we can't see it. And Cotopaxi emissions 24,000 feet or 2,700 or 7,300 meters. Dyslexia getting me again. Sabancaya from last night, 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters. So that gives you a little bit of a report as to what they were doing. And thank you, Sue, for sending that one in. And of course, Fuego on the screen. Let's take a look at some of the other ones here really quickly. And we'll reduce. Oh, hang on. Before I leave that page, we wanted to take a look and see if there was anything from Messiah. That is Messiah not too long ago. That was from their time today on the 4th at 16:35. Let's refresh that, see if we can see any lava. Nope, you don't want to fall in that pit. I guarantee you, you'll never get out. And I don't think they'll come and rescue you either, because they have no way of getting down there without getting hurt. First off, the first drop here, if you fall off the edge where the camera is, the likelihood of you surviving the first fall is pretty much not good, and the second fall into the crater the rest of the way is a no-go. But I don't want to be a doomsday guy, so let's carry on, and we'll continue with other wonderful places to go, and we'll double check things here. I just want to reduce some of the sizes of the other guys here so we don't get in trouble. As far as the computer having too much to do, and let's make that bigger. And of course, same old story with this one. And of course, this is our wonderful Merapi, M-E-R-A-P-I, Merapi, not to be confused with Marapi, two different volcanoes. Anyway, Merapi, we'll just check real quick. Lots of cloud again, you know, like I mentioned before. It's rainy season, and we see that. So we see it sticking out there, not doing too much. We can't see anything on the thermal today. Too many clouds in the way. And if we go back a little bit more, yep, more cloud. And another spot we're checking, more cloud. Yeah, unfortunate. But not much we can do. Looks like a pretty neat lenticular cloud wrapped around it, so it's a wrappy. It's a wrappy around it. And let's go back a little bit further, see if we have anything visible there. It is a little bit visible, but not too much. That's actually 1655 yesterday, or well, technically the 4th, but because they're across the international date line, that would have been the 5th for, well, the 4th for them, 5th for us now. Anyway, we do see a little bit on the thermal, and I don't know if that is the end of that little flow right there, but because of the cloud in the way, there's no way we can confirm that, but it does look like it might have had a little bit of a lava flow. Bananapus is here, welcome, and my tongue's a bit fiery now. Phew. Okay, back on a track in a bit after a bit of a smoke break. I must say, a great new graphics. Graphics? I have graphics? Bananapus, you're confusing me. I've got where? Those are the aliens putting the graphics in there. It wasn't me. I swear, I didn't do it. Nobody saw me do it. Can't prove anything. And that's quoted from Bart Simpson. We're sticking to that. Anyway, let's go over to our next wonderful volcano. And, of course, that is Ruapehu in New Zealand. I'm a bit behind time. Oh, okay. Well, if you rewind your watch, and you'll get it set to the correct time. It's 11:56. It says so right up there on the screen. Oh, hang on, not that kind of time. All right, well, you're more than welcome to stick around and catch up on a few things, Bananapus. We do enjoy having you here. Anyway, looking at what we've got there, we see a bunch of clouds. We also see a lot less snow. And let's see if we can find a period of time when we had even less clouds covering that thing. And I think they were battling to stay in there. Looking at the left-hand side of it, we do see a lot less snow on this area for sure. So you're not going to be doing any skiing at all, I don't think. Too many rocks in the way. Earlier, of course, it wasn't looking so happy because it was stuck in cloud. And yeah, it's hard to talk about a volcano when you can't see it. Let's see, that, yeah, they were, that's 7:14 a.m. You couldn't see it at all. And even earlier, an hour earlier, we had rain coming through there. So that's kind of what it was. Let's go over to our next thing, and we're going to refresh that just to make sure we have it refreshed. Of course, there we go. And that is the chart for Taupo, or Taupo, however you wish to pronounce it. And we see that a large quake. We did investigate that yesterday. And then we see the activity has gone right back down. So that was a single quake or single action in there. Looks like actually 1, 2, 3 little quakes, and then one larger one. And basically that's it. So not a heck of a lot happening there. And one last, thank you Piggy for the 2-minute warning. We're just about there. One last peek here, and of course this is the caldera for Taupo, and that is the entirety of the lake, and that is what we are seeing. And looks like some kind of a flea market or something going on there. I guess hemp hats are for sale and all kinds of other things. Yep, flea market material, pretty awesome outdoor stuff. So there you go. It's a festival of some sort. Yep, and we like it. Anyway, let's see, 2-minute warning. All right, we're just about on that time, so let's dot the I's and cross the T's here. We'll put you back to some of the lovely lava from our wonderful Kilauea. And on that note, it is time to take a break. So for those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please give it a bop. Of course, we're trying to get over that 100 mark, and that would really be awesome. Also, for those who are sitting in the lurking lounges, watching, if you have not yet subscribed, do consider subscribing if you feel that we've earned that. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in about 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away, keep smiling, and play nice in the lava. Thanks. I'll be back. go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you back, and thanks for sticking around, and welcome to the newer people. And let's see, thanks for the welcome backs from Sue and Alba and John and Grandma B and Kevin Haynes and Hermione and Fluffy. I think I got them all, and well, most of them anyway. And I didn't see Piggy, but that's okay. And I'm sure I can hear Sharon Stewart somewhere in the background. She's probably on a Skype singing session, trying to figure out how she can do that. I can hear you, DrFox2000. Welcome. Thanks, Sharon Stewart. Something like that. I know, it's melodious, isn't it? And Banana Puss says, for some reason, probably Poo Tubu, standards for the commentary in the stream, I got de-subbed from a lot of channels. I can be controversial. Well, Banana Puss, I just leave the politics out and don't be controversial. Just enjoy the lava stuff. And thanks, Sharon Stewart. Très melodious. Oui, oui, madame. Très melodious. And anyway, yeah, I was kind of moving that around a little bit. It was a little bit of rain there this morning in Kilauea. And kind of made that camera look a little funny for a while, but we'll leave that as it was. In this particular shot, though, you can see that that venting there where it's coming up, it's turned into 3 vents for a little while, and then it re-solidified as 1 later on. So, kind of a very very interesting. Very tuneful. Yeah, tuneful could hurt sometimes, John. I don't know if they make band-aids for tunefulness. Anyway, some should. Hang on. Speaking of tuneful, I actually I had to put my headphones on when I was listening to some stuff. Hard to hear it, otherwise there was so much other noise and stuff in there, and I find it's a little easier with the headphones on. Although I live by myself, it doesn't matter, and I don't want to crank it up too loud to have all the neighbors hear everything that I'm doing. So anyway, let's get on to our next one. And where were we? And we were looking at Semeru, I think, is our next stop on the list. Now, Semeru, I don't want to spend much time here, but it was cloudy all day and all evening, and really it didn't do us a heck of a lot of good, making that picture a little bit bigger there so you can actually see the clouds covering it. And I'm just trying to find that screen. There it is. So, yeah, we know it's underneath there somewhere, but if we go back in time, the only time where I could actually see part of the mountain was right around here, and this is about 9 hours and 23 minutes ago. And we couldn't decipher or tell if there was anything going on there, because it too had the same style of a cloud wrapping itself around, trying to build a lenticular cloud during the rainstorms. And of course, it being rainy season there in Indonesia, especially on Java right now, it's quite wet and very difficult to see pretty much anything. And it doesn't matter where we went, we couldn't see a heck of a lot. So we're going to leave that guy be. I did check to see if Madame Ruta was up in the Philippines. I didn't see anything earlier. I'm going to refresh it just now just to double check, and nope, she's not streaming. So that's what we've got, and unfortunately, so we will leave that there. Let's head to our next location, and that would be over in Japan. So Let's have a look there, and whoop, I need to get out of here and go to Japan. Where's Japan? I hate when things are moved around. You can barely ever find these things. They all look alike. They all have like some kind of a volcano in there or something. So what are we looking at Japan-wise? No, that's Iceland. That is, oh, there it is. They all look alike. And there we go. That is Japan, but that's not right now. Why is it not live? There we go. That makes more sense. I was going to say, isn't it light in Japan right now? Why am I seeing a dark screen? There, of course, is Sakurajima. And what did Bananapus say? I can't help it. I have 2 biscuits in a tub that have been staring at me for months. It's one's got a look of disgust, with the other one it's got a real dark cloud behind its ear. Okay, I would Bananapus, don't open that jar of biscuits or a tub. Leave them alone. They will probably fight amongst themselves. Maybe set up a time-lapse camera and see if they move. And if you see movement, be sure not to eat them. Okay. Otherwise, you could have some movement as well. Anyway, let's take a look at the other stuff. This is, of course, the little bit closer view of our wonderful Sakurajima. And we do see it is continuing to offer gas as usual. If we go back to the earlier times here, we should be able to see birds, and they should be flying around about this time of day. No birds. I wonder what's going on. Okay, maybe they are not liking the gas from the volcano. Oh, I lied. There's a bird down on the bottom. And another one zipping by. Alright, so the birds are there, but not too much happening. One of the things that I thought was kind of interesting, going back 2.5 hours ago, you almost think that, hey, this is daylight, but that is the moonshine on there at 5:20 a.m. and really lit up that plume. So pretty awesome. Same thing with this at 4:03 a.m. So very bright out from the clear skies. And this one was a little bit better, but you still don't see anything really major happening. We do see some darker ash material there in that cloud of exhaust gas, but that is about it. And it didn't have a heck of a lot of action coming from it. Earlier it was fairly quiet. Not that it didn't stop or anything. It's just a little bit quieter. So that's what we had there. And going back even further, that is 2311 their time. We did have one blast here that I do want to kind of look at, and that was right around here at 2216. But I didn't see any lava or anything pop out of it. It was fairly slow, but very dark. And so it kind of did show, that this thing is still definitely got some get up and go in it, but very slow, dark ash. And I'm sure that would have covered the area with some more ash and done its thing in like that. So that's kind of what we got. And I don't think there was anything else. Oh, maybe there was another one earlier too. Here, let's take a look at this one. I didn't notice this before. I knew the one was there. I didn't know the other one was there. And kind of the same thing. So maybe it just had had to get rid of some gas. And we see that it kind of did what it did. Maybe if we look at the close-up cams, we can possibly tell. That one was at 2152. Let's take a look there and go back a little ways and see if we can get to it. If we can see it at all. No, 2152. That would be right around here somewhere, I think. 2153. Yeah, unfortunately, the most of that smoke and ejecta is coming out towards the close-up cam, and we're not able to see anything. So I'm going to leave that one be, and we'll put it back on live for that one. And as you can see, it is a fairly heavy as far as the off-gassing continuing and doing its thing. So pretty cool. Okay, it's once seen can't be unseen. We don't want to unsee it. We don't want to see it. Don't show us. Oh no, Hermione, what happened? There is a loud party in the whole hotel next to us. It is a Saturday evening, and hopefully it won't be too bad there for you. Yeah, I hope they get quiet soon, and they are not going to stop soon. Well, if you have to call the police and to say, hey, there's a disturbance, people crazy, hopefully that'll help you out. Maybe, I don't know. I hate calling the cops on people, but sometimes you have to. Okay, that's kind of what we see there, and of course I'm going to put this one back on live as well, and that is our Sakurajima in Japan, and there we go. And no ice cream boat today. I haven't seen one yet for a while, and departed this morning, and I haven't seen it come back, so hopefully we'll see it soon. It is Saturday. Maybe they got a slower run on Saturday or something. Moving on to the next one. Now we had a little bit of a problem with the views, and I am not even sure which volcano this is. My rough translation here is saying that this is Sakurajima, if I'm reading this Japanese correctly. And I don't read Japanese. I made that up. I used a translator. That is a Sakurajima from the other side. So we are unable to see a Suwanoshijima. They stopped streaming it, and we'll see later on if they did decide to restart. We can actually double check that right now, and just to see. Let's see, is it working? Well, they certainly have commercials on there. 3, 2, 1, click. No, that's not what they're showing. That is not a Suwanoshijima. So I'm pretty sure that's not Suwanoshijima. It doesn't look like it anyway. What from the other side? No, that was Sakurajima from the other side. Or actually not quite the other side, a little bit down further or closer to the, if we go back on here, the area we're looking at it typically from this side here, and what we're looking at now is of course straight on. So if we go back to the other shot, let's go to here for a second. What we're seeing is from that direction this way, and we're seeing that peninsula, this here, that is on the left side of, right side of that screen. That is over here. So that is kind of what we're seeing from that side. So we're not seeing the rough side. We're seeing the good side. Okay, the smooth side, the nice side. The one we don't get to see. But anyway, that is what we got there. And of course, the next one here, unfortunately, with the sun glaring into our camera view, it is difficult to see, but over here you do see the steam coming out of Aso, and that is also in Japan. Aso-san is continuing to bubble off a lot of gassy water that it's got in that caldera, but we're not seeing any other activity. But we do want to keep an eye on it and see what happens in the future. 7-minute warning. Thank you, Piggy. And well, actually, this will work out fairly well. Let's go over to our next one, and that is Jellystone, Yellowstone National Park. Let's zip over there, and let's see if we can spot any buffalo. I gotta do some maintenance here to reduce these other ones real quick, and we'll be okay in a second. And I will let you know if the ice cream boat comes back. But anyway, there they are looking at Yellowstone National Park, and some of the snow is melting in the parking lot. That is awesome, and that is telling us spring is here, or just about. Anyway, that is better for them, and I'm trying to get on that screen so I can point with the mouse. Of course, here's that other event here. This one here, that remember that one day where we had really dark steam coming out of there with the dirt and everything else? That's that vent right there, and some of that is still showing there, and that caused the snow to melt a little bit faster because it is such dark material. And that's pretty good. And there's a Sasquatch walking in the woods here. You can see him. He's in there. There he is. And I see him moving right above the mouse. And that is a Sasquatch. Definitely looks like one. Big, black, furry. They panned away from him. They didn't want us to recognize them, so they moved the camera. Anyway, that is all good. And of course, for those who have not gone to the Yellowstone stuff, it is one of those things. If you want to go take a look at that site, you can punch in the keyword Yellowstone or Jellystone, either or, and that will bring up the link for this particular site. And of course, it is live 24/7. It's an embedded video within the stream. They do have over 500 active steam geysers there in Yellowstone, and if you're into that, it is definitely worthwhile having a look at it. So really cool stuff. And on occasion you see herds of buffalo, and you see herds of Sasquatch and other fine things wandering around. So pretty cool. Native American named it. Who named what? Yellowstone? No, that's Jellystone. They named it Jellystone. Yogi Bear and Boo Boo. Togi. Look up Yogi Bear and Boo Boo. Yeah, that is all good. Oh no, a poor piggy. What happened to Piggy now? Eek, it's Halloween next week here. Oh yeah, that's right. You guys have the Halloween in February rather than the same as what they do in North America in October. Oh, a Togi, but not a Togi. Yogi. All right. No worries, Banana Puss. That's all okay. That is a typo. We can understand that somehow, some way. The T jumped right underneath your finger when you were trying to hit the Y that's right next to it. So it happens. And Piggy, you know, you can dress up. I think it'd be pretty interesting to see if you dress up. And speaking of Halloween, I have to tell you the story if I hadn't. And a few times, of course, when we owned the house and stuff, and during Halloween we had lots of kids coming, and I figured I would do my thing and be part of the festivities. So I dressed up as the Grim Reaper, and of course I had the full balaclava over my head, and it was pretty scary looking, actually. And when I answered the door, most little children would really get scared. But before I put the balaclava on, we had done my face up to with white and black eyes and the blood dripping off the mouth and all that. And I had those fake teeth that you can buy, those plastic ones, with the fangs and all that. So anyway, this guy comes up there with his little child. I think it was about 2 years old or so, and the kid got really scared. And I said to the guy, and says, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I wasn't intending to scare." And he said, "It's okay. We understand. It's Halloween." He said to the little girl, "The man can take off his mask, and then you can see that he's not a bad guy." And I'm thinking to myself, my face is all done up. It's scarier than when I had the mask thing on. And so he said, "Oh, he can take it off," and he said to me, "Go ahead and show her." And I lifted up the thing, and he got scared too. And they never did get candy. They ran away. It was too funny, and most of the other people loved it though. Anyway, it is time before that kraken gets here. And I'm going to go take that break. After the break, we will take a look at earthquakes and go from there. And then we'll continue on with our weather maps and SO2 map and weather map and so on. So keep smiling, everyone, and be happy. Stay kind. And we'll put you back over to Hawaii to watch some more lovely lava in the meantime. And I will be back. Don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000. By the way, don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. And on that note, here comes some music. Thanks. And there we go, I'm back. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs. And I see Grenzed just got here. Kia ora. And glad that you could join us in the final portions. Well, we're not quite at the final portions, but we're going to do earthquakes right away. So thank you for the welcome backs from Albagirl and Piggy and John and Sue and let's see, Kevin and did I miss anyone else in there? Teresa and Jane Mary and I didn't see. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from that other one, Sharon Stewart. Not yet. She might still be. She might have gone singing or something. And we'll see what happens. Anyway, all good. So, hey, it's time to go see what's shaking. Yawning my snout off. But staying. All right, Piggy. Well, if you gotta go, if you gotta nod off, you know, don't feel bad. I'm sure we can handle things as they are. So, if you need to get some sleep, by all means, do that. But before, well, let's get over to the earthquakes. Before you go, though, let's take a look at Piggy's area, just in case she falls asleep. I wanted to forewarn you, Piggy, and we see over here, of course, you're over here in Kos. This is on the Arabian plate, microplate. We did have a 4.7 over here in Iran. So that would likely cause a little bit of a push. This plate moving northward, and of course that's going to push on the Anatolian plate, which is going to push on your Aegean plate. So you will likely see some quakes to the north of you, just so you know. And I know that's not what you wanted to hear, but that is a possibility. So definitely some quakes in store for the future there. Anyway, let's take a look at most of North America first. I do see a few up here in Alaska. Adak, Alaska, 11:09 today, 71.6 kilometers down, 4.2. Then we've got one here at Nikolsky, Alaska, from 4.0. Yesterday's 1933. Not going to worry about that. Little ones here in what is it? Shengaga, Alaska, not sure if I said that right, 3.5 from 1224, 12 kilometers down. Then we see this one here, and let's zoom in to see why we can't see it. And that's a 3.3 there and at the corner of Alaska, so all good. And sliding down, we do see, and we had this one here, that is today's at 3:38 a.m., 10 kilometers down, and that was 3.0, and that is near the place where we have been seeing them. What's that? Ferndale, California, and Eureka, California, that kind of area. So I don't think that's going to be that big of a deal. And let's see what else we got going down a little further. We do see a little quake down here. And that's right beside the Imperial Fault. Of course, this lake is kind of the divider here. From here on is the San Andreas Fault upward, and the Imperial Fault going downward. So that we see there 2.6. Nothing really a major, just noted it. And then we have this one here, 4.6, El Salvador, 35 minutes after 9 a.m., 52.8 kilometers down. Then another one, they call that one Nicaragua, 61.6 kilometers down. Yesterday's 22.3 for magnitude 4.3. Next one is a magnitude 4.7. That happened today at 5:48 a.m., 10 kilometers down. Sliding down a little bit more, we see this guy, and that is a 4.5 just off the coast of Peru, and that was yesterday's from 1846. Then I do believe we got some of these already yesterday there. 4.0 in Chile, 20 minutes after midnight. No, we didn't get that one. 95 kilometers down. This one, 4.3, and that was from 10:41 a.m. and that is 109 kilometers down for him. Then this one near the coast there of Chile, 4.0, 3:39 this morning for 4.0, 28.2 kilometers down. And this one here in Argentina, and that is a 4.5, and that was yesterday's at 1900. And we don't see anything out here in our South Sandwich Island area. Of course, that is usually a very busy area for because of the subduction going on there. Don't see anything there. Zooming in here a little bit and looking at New Zealand. We remember this one from a couple of days back, or well, technically yesterday, so a couple days. Well, I guess if you're looking at the time differential, it would be 2 days, but that's okay. Well, that's that 5.0. We've seen that on the chart, and then we had a 3.3 a little further to the south, and I don't think that is going to cause any major problems. That's fairly small. Sliding up though, Kermadec Ridge, we get over here into what is it, Tonga. Tonga 5.2 yesterday at 22:09, 10 kilometers down, and then we had a 4.8 just right beside it in Tonga as well, and that came in today at 15:10, 10 kilometers down. This one over here, Fiji 4.3 today at 14:03. 545 kilometers down. We see a few here in Papua New Guinea, 4.6 from yesterday, 16:58, 176 kilometers down. We see a bigger one, a 5.7, happened today at 5:22 a.m. and 101.9 kilometers down for that guy. A little bit smaller again, 4.4. From 4:43, 112.5 kilometers down. Then this one, 4.8, that's yesterday's from 1948, 29.9 kilometers down. And looks pretty quiet for the most part there in this region. We don't see any more in that massive zone where we had all those other quakes. It seems to be quiet for the last little while, which is better. And we do see this one in Myanmar, 4.3, happened at 34 minutes after midnight UTC, no, our time, and 4.3 at 10 kilometers down. We do see one out here in the Japanese islands, what do they call it, volcanic islands, and that's a 4.5, 9:40 a.m., 40 kilometers down for that guy. Nothing in Japan. And nothing up here on the Kamchatka Peninsula. We got that guy already. We do see a little bit of a swarm. This looks like Afghanistan maybe. And it is a 4.7 from a 5:23 this morning, 57.4 kilometers down for that. 4.3, 14:24 is the time on it. And that is 151.9 kilometers down. Next one is a 4.2, and that was actually yesterday's from 20:37. Didn't feel any of those, wasn't laying down. Okay, Grenzed, that's awesome. Glad you didn't feel that 5.0, eh? That's kind of far away from you anyway. And if it was underneath that lake, it would have been buffered because that lake would absorb a lot of that. But I don't know. It's not that big of a thing. Sharon Stewart, did you get back and say, I can hear you? No. Anyway, a 4.2, yesterday's 2037, 219.6 kilometers down. And a 4.1 there, 3:47 a.m., 159.6 kilometers down. That's basically it for what we see on this map. And I did look on the other map here just to try to see if there was anything else new showing up, and I did see one not very far away from a Piggy. That was yesterday at 2.6, and I'm wondering if you felt that one, Piggy. That was yesterday at 17:58 UTC, so it would have been about 19:58 your time, roughly, and something like that from yesterday. Hopefully you didn't feel it. Anyway, I think Piggy might have fell asleep. Let's see, what, 11K people reported feeling the 5.0 yesterday, all over North Island, deeper, wider felt. Okay, there we go, Sharon Stewart. I can hear you, DrFox2000. Anyway, there was also a 2.8 there in Piggy's area, and that was from yesterday as well. And I don't know, that's not that big, so she may have not felt that one. Anyway, let's go over to the Canary Islands. We'll take a look and see if there was anything new there. We do believe we've seen this one already, and that was from the first. No need to look at it again. We do see this out here in the Canary Islands. That happened today at 5:28 a.m. UTC, and that is a 2.5, and that came in at about 30 kilometers down. So that is pretty interesting. Not going to worry about these guys in between Gran Canaria and Tenerife, or the ones on Tenerife. Those are all pretty small. And we will zoom in here and see what the latest quake is in La Palma. And they only had one today, and that is the one that's flashing. That is from today at 22:39. It is just slightly to the southwest of Cumbre Vieja, maybe associated with that area, I'm not sure. 5 kilometers down, 1.6 in magnitude, and like I said, 22:39 was the time on it. One Fish 26, thank you, DrFox2000. You are welcome. And hey, how come you're in the submarine? Don't you guys swim without submarines? Just saying, One Fish. But no worries, thanks. Appreciate it. All right, so that is what we have there. Let's take a quick peek at our volcano map. I did refresh it. I didn't see anything new on here, and we know, like, we still see Michael Volcano down there. No quakes. Villarrica down on the bottom here. Lascar, right there in at Chile, and then of course Sabancaya there, and then Sangay, Cotopaxi. Reventador. Reventador has been busy, off-gassing a little bit. And let's see, Cerro Negro de, what is it, Maya Skier, if I said that right, Perse, and Navedo del Ruz. Navedo del Ruz has been doing some heavy gassing as well. Fernandina there in the Galapagos are very quiet, and these other ones here, Messiah and those other volcanoes, San Miguel, are relatively quiet. We know Fuego's been doing its thing, and of course Fuego's buddy there, Satiaguito, has been kind of off-gassing as well, and the plume, well, not pluming so much, but building up a little bit. We'll see what happens in the future. And of course, Popocatépetl, about 70 kilometers south of Mexico City, right there. And the other ones are really nothing serious. We do see R2 in Hawaii. New Zealand didn't get anything new. Tofu is still the only one in Tonga. We are seeing Yasur, Epi, and then Aoba and Gawa there in our wonderful Vanuatu. And I'm not going to name every volcano on here, but looks pretty normal for what we've got. I'm curious here though. That's Luolatok over there. But what do we got here? So we've got Ijan, and then we've got Raung, Semeru there, and who's behind that? Broma. Broma is a new spot on the map here as a yellow. So perhaps Broma will do something as well, very close to Semeru. And there's Merapi, and of course Dieng, if I said it right, and then Krakatau over here. And going up, we still see Carinci and Marapi there. And going up, there's Cinnabung, and then of course, way up here, Barren Island volcano. And we'll leave those be, zoom out a little bit. And we know Ibu and Dakono still doing their thing, and Taal, no change, doing its thing, and really not much change there. Suwanosi-jima still a red, Sakura-jima still doing its thing. Aso is back here on the map, of course, and going up a little bit more, we have Chikarashki and Ibako. And then Bezimiani and Shivlish, and they're working together trying to make their own clouds of gas. So that is our volcano map. Let's go over and take a look really, really quickly and see what our SO2 is like for today. And we'll see if we can bump that off before the break. And actually not too good, but not too bad. We do see a lot of that SO2 from across the pond getting over towards North America, sitting out in the Pacific Ocean. And we do know that all that rain that they've been getting along the coast of British Columbia is cleaning the air, so a lot of acidity dumping on to the British Columbia coastline. We do see that same plume, though, getting up and through Alaska as well as the Yukon, and getting into our Northwest Territories and pluming downward all the way into Ontario via Manitoba. And zooming in a little bit down here. Whoop, didn't want to hit that. Let's get rid of that. There we go. And we see that not too bad here in Nova Scotia. We do see a lot around the Great Lakes region, and again, part of that is a population, and of course, with the flow, everything seems to accumulate on the eastern side. Mexico City, and of course, Popocatépetl, pushing out a lot of SO2. Not sure why the extra bubble is there. Maybe something else is going on that we don't know about. I don't know if there's any other volcanoes right there. The other ones would be up a little bit closer to Guadalupe, and would be up here. So seeing this here, I wonder if that drifted over or got blown over there, because the other, like I say, the other volcanoes would be up in this region. It's possible we've got something else there, but don't know right now. Anyway, looking at Central America, we do see we are getting a little bit of a plume here from Costa Rica. Not sure what's going on there. And then we have the extra stuff of what we mentioned, Nevado del Rose doing its thing, so it's creating a lot of that. And zoom back out a little bit so we can see, we do see that pluming into the Pacific, from Chile, and from Sabancaya on down to the guys down there in Chile. So all good there. Nothing really too new. People pollution over here for Rio de Janeiro and those areas. And again, just to reiterate what I keep telling people is the SO2 that you're seeing down here in Antarctica is caused by a snow melt. Of course, the SO2 is trapped by the snow when it's falling, takes it out of the air and cleans the air, and ends up laying on the ice packs very close to the shorelines. And of course, when they get to their summertime, that snow melts and of course re-releases the SO2 into the air. And looking very quickly at what we've got, we see White Isle Volcano still doing its thing. This is one of the plumes coming up, and I think that is possibly and mostly coming from Antarctica. Leo doesn't have his barbecue on. We can tell it's definitely hardly any SO2 there, and the refineries are doing their thing. And then of course the coking clouds just north of Sydney. Going up a little bit more, we see our friends here in Vanuatu, not as bad. Tofua over here, very little, and that'd be a Yasur. And then I don't think Epi is doing a heck of a lot, but we do have Gawa and Aoba doing their thing. And see, I got them both today. Ha! That's good stuff. That's because I read them on the map earlier, right? I remembered the names. Anyway, pretty normal there in Papua New Guinea. And hey, Kevin Haynes, good night. You take care and all the best to you. And be good and make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight. Okay? For tomorrow is never promised. And thanks for gifting that one membership. All appreciated. Goodbye. Let's see if we can get that. There we go. We got rid of that real fast. And my hamster's doing its thing. And there we go. Yep. Pretty fancy work. Anyway, looking at what we see here, not bad in Indonesia. So we do have our stuff coming from Semeru as well as Merapi, but the rest are pretty good. And Ibu and Dakono still doing their thing. And not so bad from Taal. We're all good there. And we see what's going on there. Still pretty normal for the other ones. Suwanosi Jima and Sakurajima, of course, off-gassing. And I'm not sure what's going on here. Is it, what is it, Karimsky? Maybe lit up again? I have no idea. It could be what's going on because we have an extra plume there, and that's what I would assume because that's pretty heavy. So we'll take a look in the future, and maybe tomorrow we'll see something. Anyway, China pretty normal, India pretty normal, and looking at what we've got here, normal in Africa. Not going to worry about anything there, and we see our Urta Ale still there, and then of course the refineries in those other places, and not too much coming from Etna or Stromboli and Volcano. Pretty easy. Europe doesn't look too bad, and nothing coming from Iceland. On that friendly note, it is time for me to take a break, you guys. So don't go away. We got lots more to come, and we will do our thing. So I'm gonna do the break, and then we will get into the weather. Keep smiling, be good, and I'll be back in about 5, 6, or 7 minutes. I'm going to take that little bit of a break. We'll see if we can put you back. Well, actually, we'll leave you right there. I'll let you watch that from this morning at 7:01 a.m. there in Hawaii. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll see you all in a little bit. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't done that already. And also, if you haven't subscribed yet, do consider subscribing. That would be awesome. On that friendly note, we'll be back soon. Thanks. we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on here. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Albergirl and Hermione and Fluffy. And I'm sure Sharon Stewart will be in there somewhere too, saying, "I can hear you, Dr. Fox 2000." Or something like that. Anyway, great to have you all on board. We're going to go do the weather right away, but before we get over to the weather, Sue just sent me something that popped up on her computer, and we'll have a quick peek. I am going there, quack quack. Oh, thank you, Sharon. All good. We're going to show this. It's one of the short style videos. So shorts from Active Nature just popped up there for her. So we're going to take a look at that. I figured we'll show it because it is lovely. And there is some lava. That, of course, is Mount Etna. And that is from Active Nature. And for those who have not yet subscribed to Active Nature, I just dropped the link in the chat. Please go over and give it a whirl and give it a quick bop. And he does put up regular videos as well as shorts. So some of them are like this, very, very spectacular. Anyway, shorts, I don't know how long this thing actually is. It doesn't tell you on there, but it runs over and over and over again if you don't stop it. So that's it. So yep, it ran for a little while, and that is what we've got. So very, very cool. And the link is in there. If you haven't subscribed, please do consider subscribing. Turn your volume up when you watch it. Oh, okay. Actually, let's turn the volume. Oh, I have my volume off. Let's try that. Yeah, you can hear it. You'll have to turn your volume up. It's fairly quiet, so that's okay. But, yep, good video nonetheless. Nothing on Dr. Fox. Let me turn that up a whole bunch then, and I'll turn the mic off. Turn that back down so we don't blast ourselves out, but yeah, that's it. So I hope you could hear that. We'll check it out later and leave my thumbs up. Excellent. And yeah, leave a comment, say hey, you came from Dr. Fox 2000, and subscribe there if you haven't done that yet. Definitely worthy. And I'll turn that volume back off, and we'll stop that video because otherwise it'll run forever. Anyway, thanks Sue for throwing that in, and all good. Let's go over to our weather map, and we'll keep things going. So awesome, and let us get at it. I gotta find my weather map, whether I like it or not. It's here somewhere. And there we go, on the weather map. So we see where that cold is up in the northern portions, really cold up in the Arctic today. Let's take a look and see Vancouver coming in about 6 degrees, Edmonton still showing 3, Calgary about 4 right now, and Kananaskis country, the guy having trouble with his laptop, is coming in at about a -1 there in Swift Current. Hopefully he'll be able to hear that. Sliding over a little bit further, we see Winnipeg minus 12, and that cold up in northern Ontario. Some of that warmer air pushing back up. We got minus 7 in London, minus 7 in Toronto, and minus 2 there in Detroit. Just want to zoom in here for a second. I'm not sure exactly the location for Mount Washington, but it's in here somewhere, and that's where they recorded the record lows, with the wind chill being at 109 degrees, minus 109 degrees of Fahrenheit, so 80 something, minus 80 something Celsius. Very, very cold in that area this morning. So anyway, minus 24 in Montreal, and Quebec minus 27. Looks like New Brunswick not so good there either. And looking at Halifax, they are getting that same strong cold wind blowing across them, minus 15, minus 16 there. Sioux has got minus 14 in Cole Harbour, and that's not so good. And all that cold air is blowing across Newfoundland as well, and we see they are getting nailed. We do see that warmer air pushing up, and that is a really, really nice thing, and hopefully it'll continue to do that. And the United States is starting to warm up a whole bunch. Now, one of the things, somebody had sent me stuff here saying that they had record lows in some valley here in Utah as well. And it's interesting to see those microclimates, some of them getting hit very hard. We got 8 there in Portland, Eugene a little bit warmer at 10, going down, Sacramento about 12, San Jose 15 today. That's a lot better. 18, 19, 20 in there in Los Angeles. Death Valley coming in at about 21 degrees. Almost time to put sunblock back on. Las Vegas are coming in at 16, 17. Mexicali about a minus 20 or plus 23. I was going to say minus 23 and scare you. Phoenix 23. I kind of envy that Arizona snowman. He's going to have to put himself back in the fridge. He's going to melt. 24 in Tucson. That is warmer than they had. 14 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. They are almost tropical again. San Antonio 14, Austin 13, Houston about 14, Dallas about 11, still a heck of a lot warmer than what they had. 13 up in Oklahoma City, so really quite nice. And looking here, we've got about 12 or 13 in New Orleans. Not as warm as we'd like to see it, but this will end up moving out soon and upward and go away. Cold stuff. And we see 21 in Miami right now. Jacksonville 14 degrees. Atlanta coming in at about 7. I think that's what it was yesterday. Charlotte about 2 or 3 Celsius. Grandma B's house just about 33, 34 degrees Fahrenheit. 1 degree Celsius. Virginia Beach about the same. And going up here now, Philadelphia minus 5, minus 7 Celsius in New York. Boston a lot colder at minus 13 and not so good. And of course we already got Sioux's area, and hopefully that cold will move up and out and let them warm up. And we see the Baja is actually warming up again. Really, really nice today. Some places 28, 29 degrees. Really awesome to see that. La Paz coming in at 21, but still Mazatlan right now at 21, 22. That's not so bad for them. Mexico City sitting about 19, 20 degrees. A lot better than it's been for a long time. And 27, 28 in Acapulco. Cancun over here, still not that warm, and they've got 24 degrees. We see some of those warmer temperatures. Now, you got to remember, we are a little bit earlier, 3 hours earlier in the day than our regular streaming in the evenings. So we're seeing higher temperatures. So this is expected, right? And that's what we got. Swift current, yeah, -1 degree Celsius. That's not so bad. And we are looking at Colombia up to about 30 degrees. Same thing with Venezuela. Looking at most of what we see here in Brazil, they've got still some nice temperatures, high 20s in a lot of places. Rio de Janeiro sitting at 27, Sao Paulo 23, that's not so bad. And Bolivia, Paraguay, and they're not bad. Argentina, that heat is gone downward, and they've got some very warm temperatures in the lower portions, 34, 35 degrees down on the bottom here. That's pretty awesome. Looking at Buenos Aires coming in at about 23, and then Paysandú only at 22 today, but that is still a relatively nice day. And seeing some cooler temps there off by the coastline at 18, 19, 20, 21 right on the coast. So not so bad for them. And Chile, of course, we won't discuss how chilly it can be. But still fairly warm, 10, 11, in some places, 15 and others. The further north you go, the warmer it gets. And not bad. We do see some lows out in the ocean. And of course, the warm trend is continuing there in New Zealand. Beautiful weather for the one side of the island. Anyway, 27 in Christchurch. And we are seeing some colder weather on the other side of the island, likely some more rain. Wellington coming in at about 22, and then looking at the rest of the North Island here, we do see some really warm temperatures, but looks like about 22 degrees or so around Taupo, and 22 in Auckland. Grenzed's house about 23 or so, 24 maybe, depending on where we are. And looking at still seeing the colder air blowing across New Zealand, sorry, not New Zealand, Tasmania, and there we go, and 17, 18 in Hobart. Leo has got about 17 there in Melbourne, and we see about 16, 17 in Adelaide as well. Sydney coming in at 24, 25, depending on where you point that mouse. And of course, our wonderful Oz is back up to about 30 degrees Celsius. We're not seeing any of that 40 degree or 45 degree temperature in the eastern side. Perth is still sitting at 29 or 30, and that is not bad for those guys. Doing fairly well, 31 in some of the places. So the hot spots, 31, 32 degrees, not bad. Out here in Fiji, 28, 29, New Caledonia, 29, Vanuatu, 28, 29, kind of normal. A little cooler there in Papua New Guinea here, but still very comfortable as far as temperatures are concerned. And same thing goes for most of Indonesia. A little bit warmer or colder on the northern end of Sumatra, but that is all right. Weather in Bangkok right now coming in at about 25, 26, something like that. Yeah, thank you, Sue. Pretty awesome there. And Manila about 26, 27. That's not so bad. And looking at the split in temperatures again in Taiwan, that's pretty normal for those guys. Japan still very cold. Kagoshima here is about 8 degrees, so they could have actually been warmer. Mind you, it's evening there now, so that's what's going on. Or hang on, it's early morning, sorry. Anyway, we see Tokyo only 5 degrees right now, sliding up a little bit more. Sapporo is a minus 10, 12. Whoa. A little bit on the chilly side there as well. And going up, looking at the Kamchatka Peninsula, we see a high sitting there, keeping it cold from about 16 to a minus 20 degrees, and a coastline a little bit warmer, of course. And sliding over, looking at what we've got there, 22, 21, 22, 24. some of those temperatures there in Sri Lanka. And of course, looking at most of India, not as bad. We do have 12 degrees in Delhi. And let's slide over, take a look at Madagascar. Normal temperatures there. And down here in Cape Town, we're seeing about 18 right now. The hot spot's still down here where they got 27, 28. That's not so bad. And looking at Central Africa, pretty normal. We do see some temperature starting to increase a little bit again in these areas. And I think that'd be Uganda. No, hang on, this might be Uganda here, but this is, of course, Ethiopia. And those kinds of places all starting to get a little bit more heat back in there, which is really nice. That cold is going away. And still very cold up in the northern Sahara Desert. Cairo, 10 degrees right now. And we still see very low temperatures in the UAE, as well as well, a little bit warmer in Oman, but still not by much. And same thing goes, well, if you go on the coast here, you see 25, 26, but the interiors and the higher elevations are still very cold there in Yemen. Bottom end of Saudi Arabia, not bad. It looks like the cutoff is just north of Medina here. And going upward, you see those colder temperatures. Baghdad made it to a 10. I said a 10 for Cairo. And we see those cold temps back in the eastern portions of Turkey. So that is not so good for them. Looking at what we got there, not that great for Piggy's place. Showing about 10 degrees on the map here. And Sue brought it up. It says 8 degrees for Anti-Mashiach, if I said it right. Anyway, that is what we've got hanging in there. Let's take a look at Sicily real quic. And Randazzo, 2 degrees, and that's not that bad. And hopefully it will be okay there. And oh, it says a 4 on there, so if we split the difference, we'll call it 3, and that'll keep everybody happy. 7 here in Nepal, and Naples, Naples. 6 in Rome, and Milano up on the top, about 7 degrees. Still quite cold in Sardinia on the land, but the coastal area is a lot warmer. It looks like still holding a lot of that cold temperature there in Spain. A little warmer there, 5 degrees, and in Madrid, and 2 degrees for Aurelio. That's better than freezing. So not so bad in Portugal. Starting to warm up, guys. Starting to warm up slowly. And Nantes, if I said it right. There we go. 6 right now. 6 over here in Paris. We see a good portion of Germany still got a lot of that cold in there. -1 in Munich. Frankfurt is just on the line. They got +3. Cologne coming in at 5. Yvonne Kunkel's house about 6. Amsterdam about 7 right now. Brussels coming in at about 7. Luxembourg about 5 degrees as well for OFU Lux. And Berlin a -3. Hamburg a -2. Copenhagen for Thor is -1. Aarhus is coming in at 0, looking up a little bit here. -1 in Oslo. Stockholm a -6. And St. Petersburg a -6. Moscow a -4. Let's get over to England. Looks like England has got about 7 degrees in London. Looks like Wales is kind of a mixed bag. Some of the places up to 8. Top end here, 3 or 4 or 5, depending on what you're looking at. Leeds about 4 degrees. Little bit cooler up here in Scotland. Aberdeen 4 degrees. Glasgow coming in at 3. And of course, just so we don't forget, Doolin, I think this is what I put in for Doolin. No, hang on. I don't think that is right. Hang on, maybe. There. WDO or WDL? I can't remember which one I used today. But I think it's, yeah, WDO. One of the two. I'll have to look at that. But I did put that in for Irish Monk. There we go. That worked. So for Doolin, WDO for Doolin, and 3 degrees there for the Irish Monk. And we see 3 degrees up in Dublin as well. So that's not so bad. And let's take a look at Reykjavik, and probably about the same as what we have for Irish Monk, 3 degrees. And there we go. That is our wonderful weather. So what we're going to do is take a little bit of a break. And when we get back from the break, we'll do a precipitation and find our cold weather spots, the coldest places on the planet. So don't go away, you guys. A little bit more to come. So we're going to do the precipitation, and then pardon me, and then we will go find our cold points and see what is going on. So don't go away. Here comes some music. Hit that like button if you haven't done so already, and that would be really, really nice. And also, if you're new and you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. And I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. I have that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And yep, we were just looking at the bubbling happening at the Navigator, and I pointed to it with the arrow, but that just stopped. So I'm not sure what the heck is going on, but that's okay. And we'll see. He must have been bubbling through his nose a little bit or something. But all cool. Okay, thank you for the welcome backs from Kananaska's country, and it's gone. Yeah, it's gone. I don't know why. Is that even live? Let me put that back on live. Let's see what it looks like right now. That was still from this morning, so let's not confuse that. And yeah, the Navigator's coming back out. He's resurfaced a little bit, that we can see. So definitely still there though, and he must have not been getting enough air. Thank you, Teresa, and Sue, for the welcome backs. Do appreciate that, as well as Kananaska's country. All right, let's get on with what we've got going on, and of course that is our weather. We want to take a look at the precipitation around the world, and just a quick peek at that, and then we will go find our coldest temperatures, and we'll go from there. So looking at the western coast of North America, we see from Alaska all the way down, pretty much all the way to where are we going? Well, we've got a break here at the bottom of Washington, and then a little bit into Oregon, and then again in northern California they're getting some rain. But they've got this system sitting off the coast, off the coast, and I'm sure it's going to do that. Actually, it's kind of funny. I ate some banana bread. It's making me have kind of a burpy hiccups, which is really weird. Anyway, northern British Columbia getting some snow. Northern Alberta's got a little bit of snow. Saskatchewan, a little bit of snow going across there. And of course, going southern Manitoba, Winterpeg, out to the Lake Superior there. So places like Thunder Bay and those areas are going to get nailed with some snow as well. And we see north of the Great Lakes, there's a lot of snow also, which is fine. Not so much snow in the eastern part, except if you get up into Newfoundland, they're getting more snow. I don't think it's snowing there for you, Sue, is it? I don't believe so. Thanks, Albert Girl, for the welcome back. So not that bad there. And we can slide down. Looks like most of the U.S. is okay. Northern California, as I mentioned already, getting some. Yucatan Peninsula, yesterday they got rain, today rain again. So that is all okay. And we see rain in the Amazon. Not so much in Venezuela or Colombia, but the other areas are definitely getting rained upon. And that is going all the way into Bolivia as well, and the northwestern portions of what is that country? Argentina. How about that? Yeah. Coastal areas of Uruguay are getting some rain, but nothing over here in Paysandú. So the Moncas will be okay. And looking at the bottom end, I don't know, I have my drapes closed to keep the cold out. Yeah, good idea. And keep them shut. You don't want to look at that anyway. It'll just frost you. Bottom end, a little on the stormy side there in Chile. Sliding over, taking a look, and just as I suspected, some rain. They are getting nailed with rain on the western side of the South Island. Actually, they're getting a rain on the eastern side as well, but it is still quite warm there, so that's not so bad. But yep, definitely heavy rains in the South Island. North Island, not that much rain. Couple little spots, one around Taupur, and up here in the north, not that bad. Cold wind, but no rain there in Tasmania. And looks like a little spot of rain just outside of Melbourne, nothing serious. If we zoom out, Brisbane is dry, but they do have that to the north, a little bit of rain there, so they're starting to dry up a little bit. Looking at places so like Tonga possibly getting some storms. Same thing with Fiji getting wet, Vanuatu definitely getting water, and Papua New Guinea getting some rain. Well, let's just say all these areas are getting rain. When you look at it, it's going to move. A system will move through eventually anyway and get them all. Whether it's Java or Sumatra or any of these other islands, it's the season, the rainy season, and that's what they're getting. And even along China and Taiwan here, looks like a bottom end of Japan, not so bad. Actually, they're not getting that much precipitation. Some snow in some places, but up in the northern areas where it's a little colder, definitely some snow. Kamchatka Peninsula, not that bad either. Sliding over, taking a look at India, looks pretty dry. Even Sri Lanka, only a little bit. That is okay. Madagascar, of course, some rain, and doesn't matter which side you look at, they are getting some moisture. And same thing goes little spots there in South Africa. Central African areas here are starting to get more rain once again. Same thing with this area. And let's see what we've got going on here. Saudi Arabia, no rain. UAE, Oman, those places. The Sahara Desert, pretty dry. Piggy was saying she had one heck of a thunderstorm happen last night or night before yesterday, and she might be getting some more stormy activity. We see some lightning in the area, so hopefully she doesn't get too much of that, but it is definitely there. So they are getting more rain. They do need more rain yet, but hopefully it isn't going to all come down in one shot. We do see here in Sicily that they've got some rain, and not so bad for the rest of Italy. Nothing in Sardinia, that's okay there. Couple of little tiny spots of rain in Spain. Rain in Spain is just insane. No, it's actually, it's okay. A little bit here in France, that's it, and Western Germany and Luxembourg, and a little bit into Belgium, northern end of Holland getting some rain. Looks like pretty dry in Denmark right now. Zooming out a little bit, looking at Sweden, right along their border towards Norway, definitely a couple of spots where they're getting some snow, but Norway, well, tis the season for a rain and snow mix combination, so that's what they've got. Looks like England is not too bad. That high sitting over top of Ireland, keeping it dry. Welcome Kim Raudenbush. I used both profiles. Thumbs up. Somebody needs to do their part. Thank you. You're a good man, no matter what they said about you. And let's see, some more snow and rainy stuff there in Iceland. And that is what we've got for precipitation. So let's go back to what we've got for coldest weather on the planet. We'll find those cold spots real quick and see what we got. I already got a minus 45 down there, minus 46. Let's see if we can find something colder, minus 49. How about that, sports fans? That is getting back down to it. Winter's coming, and definitely a minus of 49 in Antarctica. We can see that right off the bat. Didn't take long to find that. That's a very large area there. That's a minus of 49 degrees. It's a time for those penguins to get out of there and start swimming north. Summer is over. Anyway, I think I'll live with a minus of 49. Let's go up to Greenland and see what it is in Greenland. And I don't think, I'm looking at it here going, wow, that's a lot warmer than what it was. So they've got a heat wave pumping through, and that is pretty cool. Minus, well, it's not that cool, it's warm. Minus a 40, we see. Let's see, do we have anything better than a minus of 40? Let's zoom in here into these areas, minus a 40. And what do we got? 38, 39, 40, 40, 40. Whoop, I seen a 41 in here. Where'd you go? Gotta be in here. So, oh, there it is, a minus of 41. Do we have a minus of 42? No, I don't know. I don't know. Minus a 41 we have for sure. So I don't know if we have a minus 42. Let's just double check a couple other corners here and see if we have something on the outlying areas maybe. And nope, nothing there. Looks pretty warm and balmy, and nothing down here. So I will have to live with a minus 41 degrees. That was about it. Yeah, a minus 41 is where we're going to stay. So, yep, I will do the minus 41. I don't see anything colder there in Greenland right now. Let's get to our chilly North American stuff, and we'll see what we can find here. I know it's bitterly cold. I already see some minus 47, 48. Wow, that didn't take long to find. Oh, I seen a minus 50. There's a minus 51. And let's see. Anything colder than a minus 51? Don't see it yet, but there is a lot of potential here. Very, very cold in the Canadian north right now. There's a minus 49 again. Let's see, a minus 50. Some of those areas are pretty darn cold. And let's see what we got up here. Minus 49, minus 50. Yep. And what do we got there? 40, 50. We had 51 already, so let's see what else we can find. Okay, a minus 51 right there. What if we zoom into that spot and just see if there happens to be something colder? Minus 52 right there. And do we have anything colder there? Minus 52 so far. And looking. And minus 50, 50, 50. Do we have a minus 53 maybe? Minus 52. 47, that's too low. Or too high. Got 47. I think this was our cold spot originally, so minus 51. We have minus 52. Ooh! There, minus 54 right there. So a minus 54 degrees Celsius. Let's see if we can find a minus 55. Right there is 54. Okay, a minus 54. And do we have anything colder. Minus 54 right there. And let's see if we can find anything colder. 45. No, I think it's warming up there. Okay, what about some of these other places? Like, what about here? We had some really bitterly cold temperatures for these areas. Minus 46. Let's maybe look around here for a second. Minus 41. Oh, 49. 50. No, we're not seeing anything else there. Minus 49. So we have minus 54. I don't think we're going to get much colder than that. But we'll keep searching here for a second in case we find that magic minus 70 degrees. And minus 45. Still 41 there. No, not bad. 45 there, 46, and searching, and still not seeing anything colder. 43, 44, 41. What about here? No, 41, 42, whoop, 49. Let's see, anything colder than a minus 49 right there. Along that river, maybe 48, 49, and 48, 47. Looks like we're warming up there. So let's see. Nope, 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 nope. 47. Just scanning along here to see. There's another minus 49. We don't see anything colder there. And let's zoom back out and see where we are here, so we get a better idea. Minus 46, 47. This is up in Nunavut, and I want none of it because it's too cold. Minus 47. And that is horribly cold for the Canadian North. Minus 45, 49, minus 50 right there. Minus 51. Do we have anything colder than a minus of? Oh, there's a minus 52. We've got minus 54 already, so let's see if we can beat that. Minus 40, 51, 52. Going into the warmer climes there. I don't think we're going to see it. I will have to, I think, concede with a minus 54 degrees Celsius, but I just want to check a couple other spots here. So a minus 54 is about the best I can do for there. And let's leave that be. I don't know if it's colder up here in these islands. No, not that bad. Not that bad. What about this one? A minus 43. No, not that bad. And what about up in here? 44. No, no. No, I think I'm going to have to concede with my minus 54 for a northern, for the Arctic. So, what? Minus 54. What did Sue have? Well, never mind. Let me finish doing this. Canadian Arctic. Yeah, I don't know if what we got here in the coldest places. And let's see what we have in Siberia. Minus 45. There's 46, 47. Let's zoom in here a little bit and see. 45, 44, 46 there. Minus 45. Let me go look at the other places. Usually along here or here. Yeah, there's a minus 49. Let's see, a minus 48, minus 50. And let's see if we can find something a little chillier. Minus 50 on that side, minus 41 on that side, not so good. What about out a little bit further? Minus 42, that's not going to cut it. That's not going to cut it. Minus 50, we were minus 51 over here, or something like that. And let's see, where are we? Let's find it again. Minus 47. Well, let's maybe zoom out. There's a high sitting in here, keeping it cold. Minus 49. That might help. And there we go, minus 51. Minus 51. Okay, what about there? No, 48. That's a little warmer. And yeah, minus 51 is the low temp that I've got there so far. So far away from the warm stuff. Yeah. What about over this big patch of openness here? Minus 48. Oh, I seen a minus 50 right in here. Let's zoom in a little bit and spot it. Minus 50. It's in here. Minus 52. Oh, I see a minus 53. Right there. Let's zoom in and see if we see minus 54. Doesn't look like it. Minus 53 degrees. And that is cold, but let's see if we can find something a little bit colder. Minus 47, 48. So minus 53 is our best so far. And I don't know if we're going to find anything colder. I need to zoom out, see where I am. Yeah, oh, right there, minus 53. Let's go back in here. Minus 53. Come on, where's the colder 54s? 52, 53. Well, I think I'm going to have to concede with a minus 53 degrees. Oh, no, minus 54 right there. Minus 54. And let's see, anything colder? We'll see. Minus 51, nope, that's warmer. So, yeah, I think we'll have to live with that. Minus 54 degrees Celsius. So that's all I'm going to say. We will leave it as minus 54 for Siberia. All right, so let's see what we can do. So dog finds minus 49 in Antarctica, minus 41 in Greenland, minus 54 in the Canadian Siberia, and the Siberian, Russian Siberia, minus 54. And that is pretty cool. 54 was a good year, Lizoid. Okay, if you say so. Yep, and that is all awesome. So, hey, we are warmer than most of you. Stay warm. Thanks, DMC. And Sue found a minus of 56. Sue beat me by a couple of degrees. She beat me in the Arctic by a degree and 2 degrees in Siberia. That is awesome. A way to go, Sue. So congratulations, and very cold, and you still hold the title of Ice Queen. Oh, that's Ice Queen, not ice cream, okay? Don't get it wrong. And that is excellent. Okay, let's put us back on lava. I gotta heat up after all that cold. And we have a bunny eating for those who need to know, and that is all good. Anyway, that's it for today. So Sue is going to go feed the animals, and I will end the show. And thank you everyone for being here. And Sharon Stewart says, way to go, Sue and Doc, good hunting. Thank you. And that is all cool. And good night, Ken and Askus. Take care, and all the best to you. And thank you everyone for being here, including DMC and all those guys that snuck in at the end of the show here. And that is it for today. And we appreciate all of you wonderful lavaliers and lava family members popping in. I really do appreciate it. Also, thanks to the wonderful moderators who have been in here. So Arizona Snowman and Piggy and C&D Boy and Joseph Fields, Texas, and possibly Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies hiding in the background somewhere, as well as Lucas Snow. Thank you, moderators. I really do appreciate your wonderful help, and that is really good. Thank you to Wormhand for his wonderful super chat, and Kevin Haynes for gifting one membership, one month membership, and thank you, Kevin. And then also Piggy for the wonderful super chat. So thank you very kindly. Wow, Lizoid just threw in a wonderful super chat as well. Thank you kindly, Lizoid. That is very awesome. And Lizoid, thank you. I really do appreciate that wonderful support, and that is awesome of you guys. And really does help out. Thank you very kindly. And all good. So that is very nice. Thanks. Appreciate it there, Lizoid, to wrap the show up. So really quite nice. On that friendly note, it's time to wrap her up. So thank you everyone for being here today. And remember, tomorrow our show starts at 2 p.m. Mountain. That is 4 p.m. Eastern, of course. And I'm not sure what it works out to over there in Europe anymore, but base it on that. In other words, 3 hours earlier than normal, and that is all good. Yes, thank you, Sharon Stewart, and thank you, Sue, for all your great work, and thank you everyone for being here. And time for me to finish it off, so thanks everyone. And we will see all of you tomorrow. So be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and stay safe. And please, most of all, make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Good night, good day, good afternoon, good morning to all of you, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Oink, oink.